the biggest owners land in across Ghana. We don't make just construction, we make developments. As, we have also many industries that are synergic to our business, like we have aluminium, we have glasses, we deal with the tiling, we do a lot of production, made in Ghana production. I'm fully Ghanaian, even if I don't look like, but it's a matter of fact that I'm a Ghanaian. I feel Ghana like my home, and the love of the people, the warmth of the people that make you feel at home make us comfortable to be in Ghana. We never change Ghana with any other place in the world. In fact, whatever new opportunity, we reinvest in Ghana. Whatever new venture, we make things in Ghana because we really love Ghana. If you are consistent, if you pursue your dream, there is no other place in the world that can give you what Ghana give you. The system is working, everything is there to be successful. Just don't come in Ghana if you want just one-shot business or short-term business. You have to come in Ghana as a project of life to be in Ghana as long you can. You will love Ghana. As a Ghana consul to Italy, and we are making this new project in Rome, in the capital of Italy. It's called Ghana House. Is in collaboration with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. GIPC is supporting us with that. It will be the house of the Ghanaian, telling about Ghana, explaining Ghana to the Italians, to the people that will come to visit us. We tell about the tradition of Ghana, the culture of Ghana, food of Ghana, music of Ghana, and we get people touch the reality of Ghana and make them love Ghana as we love Ghana. One of the most successful company we have today is the result of a joint venture with us, together a foreigner investor, and all this process has gone through Ghana Investment Promotion Center. GIPC for us is one of the most, I can say the most important business advisor and partner. With the pilot project we have into training professional footballers in Ghana, in 3 years we was able to bring 12 footballers, young footballers, in a professional team between Europe, especially in Italy, and not only in Italy. The new strikers of the Black Star, Felix Afena-Guillam, is coming from our pilot project, and I'm so proud. Now he's playing in with the very great, successful in AS Roma in Italy, and that is an example how Ghana is a source of tons of opportunity. And now we are making a professional, very professional sports center for the training of the less privileged, where we teach them not just playing football, but even we give them an instruction and a possibility beyond the football. We are Ghanaian, we are not perfect, but we are beautiful. Join us in Ghana. Grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
So Selena Beb Designs was established in 2012, and it was born out of my passion and my love for fashion. I used to live in the UK for 11 years. I schooled and worked in the UK, and I moved back to Ghana in 2008. So moving back to Ghana in 2008, I noticed that African fashion was really in vogue, and it was trending, especially the African-inspired accessories, in particular bags. So I love these African print bags and the clothes, and I used to buy them and wear them and use them, and I'll get lots of compliments. So with all these compliments that I was getting with wearing my African fashion, I started thinking maybe that dream I had when I was a teenager, or all these years of going into fashion, can actually be realized. I'm almost 10 years now into this business, and I'm still evolving, I'm still growing, still expanding, and I love where the brand has gotten to. I have 20 workers, both permanent and part-time workers, and that is 20 families that are benefiting from this company. Most of them, their livelihood depends on the brand. A couple of years ago, I remember we were invited to the end of year party for GIPC, where I got to put up a fashion show, and guess who were the models? Staff of GIPC actually modeled my products at that particular function, and that was a nice one. And also, we've participated in the Young Entrepreneurs Forum that GIPC organizes annually. We got to exhibit our products at the 2018 Young Entrepreneurs Forum, and that was a good one for us because we got lots of patronage for our products. We got to network, and then some opportunities came from that particular exhibition. I'm looking forward to more collaborations with GIPC, and also I am going to register with GIPC so I can open up the brand to the investor community, both home and abroad. So the brand has exhibited on a couple of international platforms. The first one was in London, Africa Fashion Week London in 2015, where we did the runway show and exhibited as well. That was really good. It gave us amazing exposure. We got bloggers and fashion enthusiasts all over the world writing about the Selena Bebb brand, and that really put us up there on the global stage. We've done fashion shows in America as well, particularly in New Orleans. We did New Orleans Fashion Week in 2018, and that was also a very good experience for us. And people were amazed to see that things made in Ghana, in Africa, were being exhibited on the runway. I've had shows in Rome as well. So in 2020, in the wake of the Black Lives Movement, Beyonce wanted to highlight Black-owned businesses and for us to be able to support our own and buy from our own. And in Ghana, she chose fashion brands. There were just about 8 fashion brands initially when she named that Black Parade directory. And guess who was on there? Selena Bebb was on there, and that's another very proud moment for me. Our first award was Accessories Brand of the Year in 2015 at the Glit Style Awards. And then we've won an award at the Feminine Achievement Awards as well, where we were recognized for our exceptional designs and creativity. We've also won 2 awards in Italy at the Global Women Inventors and Innovators Awards ceremony. We've also been recognized by the Ghana Fashion Industry Awards, where I received recognition for my contribution to the fashion industry in Ghana. We have unique designs. We stand for quality, durability, and stylish products. The Made in Ghana factor is a big thing for us, especially for the international market. They'd like to know that this was actually made in Africa. They like to know that this is handmade. So it's not mass production, it's not being produced from China, it's actually authentic. So authentic fabric made right here in Ghana. What has made the Selena Bebb brand survive for almost 10 years is passion, hard work, and perseverance. There are lots of challenges doing business in Ghana, but amidst the challenges are opportunities and optimism. To the diasporan community, I'd like to encourage you all to move back to Ghana, to invest in Ghana, and do business in Ghana. If I've been able to move back to Ghana from the UK and make it, I believe anybody at all in the diaspora can come and make it as well. So come back, let's grow in Ghana, and let's grow with Ghana.
We decided to join the ADWA platform because there is just so much one person can do. And the ADWA platform offers us the opportunity to be exposed to a wider market internationally, in Africa and across the world. Vista Pieces, a Ghanaian homeware and lifestyle brand using concrete to create beautiful handmade pieces to style every space.
We are proud to be part of ADWA because ADWA serves us what we need in terms of their customer profile and the fact that they are very diligent with the work that they do, detail-oriented and very organized.
We are on the ADWA platform because as an emerging and an upcoming brand, we believe that the ADWA platform is a very great platform for us to reach the maximum customers, where we are able to sell our products and also give us the access to reach a wide range of clients.
We started Adjoa as a result of extensive research and also engagement with stakeholders around the continent, one of the key stakeholders being Yofi Grant, who is the CEO of GIPC. And as a result of that, we realized that there were immense opportunity in the fashion industry, particularly connecting designers to the global market, especially connecting with the diaspora community and those of African descent. So we're a marketplace. We provide technology, logistics, and marketing as a service to the brands. Brands that are interested in working with us will approach us. Currently, we have about 36 brands from across 10 African countries and also a few brands from Diaspora, UK, US, and Australia that are on the platform. So designers that are interested would reach out to us, and then we will walk them through our onboarding process and our engagement strategy, with a critical focus on engaging the diaspora community and engaging them to support brands from the continent and also support brands that are by African designers or Black designers. So I have a very strong interest in economic and social development across the continent and how we support the growth of the African continent as Black young people or people from the continent. And being a Ghanaian, my interest has always been job creation. I have a policy background and I kind of pivoted into innovation and entrepreneurship, essentially to be able to be a part of the solution. How do we get more jobs to be created? How do we support these industries that are already existing, these young brands to be able to grow and scale, and as a result employ more people, keep our industries functioning, and being able to get into the manufacturing space where we grow our own manufacturing industries on the continent. We've seen the results of the year of the return. Most people looking to buy from Ghana, looking to buy from Africa. So Adjoa becomes a one-stop shop marketplace for you. It's well curated, high quality premium brands. And you get access to markets like the UK, beyond the African continent, the UK, US, Australia, and New Zealand, and we're pushing brands to the Asia region because of my connection to Down Under. For the diaspora community, we've ensured that you'll be able to have seamless access to brands, very beautiful brands, well-made brands from across the continent. You'll also be able to support the economies here and be able to contribute whether you come down or you can shop virtually. Ghana is the gateway to the continent, to Africa. The Secretariat of AFCTA is positioned here, so we're contributing to that AFCTA focus with cross-border trade. Our government has demonstrated its ability to connect with the diaspora community through the year of the return, and also central points like the GIPC Diaspora Desk is connecting with young entrepreneurs to bring them back home and to be able to contribute to the economy. So looking at all of that informed my decision to say, I want to set up my business here. Of course, it's not going to be easy, just like anywhere in the world, but there is support and there is right channels and right people to be connected with to get you to grow your business. I would definitely encourage any young diasporan who is looking to do business to come to Ghana, grow in Ghana, and grow with Ghana.
At the center of the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019, and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies, a stable political environment, and strong economic fundamentals. The government of Ghana is confident and optimistic about the positive results in its investment drive through the GIPC. We invite you to share in Ghana's optimism, be part of the incredible opportunities we offer, and be open to the idea to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage.
At the center of the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019 and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies. At the center of the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019 and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies, a stable political environment, and strong economic fundamentals. The government of Ghana is confident and optimistic about the positive results in its investment drive through the GIPC. We invite you to share in Ghana's optimism, be part of the incredible opportunities we offer, and be open to the idea to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Good morning, everybody. We'd like everyone to get seated. We're about to start today's session. Thank you so much for being here today. Everyone outside, you can make your way inside now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? Thank you. There's lots of seats available if you need a place. To my right. Thank you again. Okay. My name is Julius Osong from Ghana, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the Ghana-Canada Investment Summit. The theme is Ghana-Canada relations, charting a path through the post-COVID-19 uncertainties. Yesterday, day one was amazing, powerful. We spoke about a lot of things. And today is the second day and final day. It promises to be very interesting as well. Before I get into the order of programming today, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the following. We have His Excellency Ray Ansem Soa, Ghana High Commissioner for Canada, in our presence. Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Minister for Information, Ghana. Honorable Ursula Owusu Ekofo, Minister of Communication, Ghana. Honorable Awal Ibrahim Mohammed, Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Ghana. Mr. R. Yofi Grant, Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Investment Promotion Officer. Mr. Akwesi Ajiman, Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Tourism Authority. Mr. Alex Dade, Board Chairman, Ghana Investment Promotion Officer, and also CEO of Ghana Exim Bank, Mr. Lawrence Ajinsam. Thank you again for honoring us with your presence today, and we're going to go straight into it. I'd like to introduce the MC for the day, Mr. Richmond Bonsu. Let's give it up for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing this morning? Guys, we need some energy in the room. I want you all to give yourself a round of applause for being here on time. And thank you to everybody that has actually come back for the second time.
For the home and interior spaces. We work with up to 200.
We're going to play this video first before I come back on stage. Tech team.
We also participate in art exhibitions. We work with local foundations called the Bouquet Foundation to create Woven Co. designs eco-credential products for the home and interior spaces. We work with up to 200 female artisans in Bolgatanga. So we produce anything from woven baskets to woven goods for the home. We also participate in art exhibitions. We work with local foundations called the Bouquet Foundation to create, cool exhibitions. So I've lived in Toronto, born and raised in Canada, primarily Toronto. I worked in retail for almost 17, 18 years before coming to Ghana. I worked in fashion, so I worked for Zara, some prominent companies in Toronto. I've been in Ghana for 3 years. I decided to come for family reasons, and I ended up just staying because the opportunities were great. to scale my business and to just connect with my heritage. So I connect to my heritage through woven. It actually started about 5 years ago when I was coming back and forth to Ghana. My parents had retired, and so I was always coming back. And so, I started going to the northern region of Ghana, and I was just in love with a different type of fashion that's there. So you have textile weavers, you have shea butter producers, you have basket producers as well. And so I just found myself just submerging into the culture, and I just fell in love with it. I actually didn't make the decision to stay. Like, it was never a specific date. I found that there was an opportunity here, and I knew how to operate with the system here, and I also know how to operate with the system outside. And so my customers are predominantly from North America. And so I just found that it was just a great place to be in. The weather was great, and the artisans were great to work with. And so we work with up to 200 women in Bolgatanga, predominantly master weavers, single weaver, double weavers. When you work with people who are from a marginalized community, you have to take into consideration the parameters that they work with. And so we provide skills training, we provide quality control, quality assurance. We teach a whole bunch of skills, actually, and we partner with Scaled Up Africa most recently to provide a capacity building training for up to 70 artisans, especially during COVID. We also worked with Google for an I Am Remarkable program, and so this is great for the young, especially the young weavers, in terms of making positive self-statements, because it's not just about the product, it's about the impact and how your team is able to scale their life while they're working with you. So we also partnered with Oze. They're also based in Ghana, and it was a great way to introduce, especially the young weavers that have smartphones, on how to formalize their businesses, how to keep track of the straw that they use, their output, and also an introduction to microfinancing. Woven Worldwide is in the incubation stage. Our predominant customers are in North America. My goal is to actually spread across Pan-African customers, so to take advantage of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, and also to move into Europe. And with these markets, design and product are really, really important. And so the artisans that we work with are really keen on following spec and dimensions that are needed for B2B markets. My message to the diaspora that want to return to Ghana, I would say for sure, come. Come with an open mind, come with no expectations. Don't compare Accra or any other city in Ghana to where you're from, because Ghana is unlike any other country. Ghana is a fertile ground to start something, right? So when you do come, you'll see so many opportunities. Whether it's agriculture, there is a booming and growing creative industry sector as well. I would say just come. The success of my business is a clear statement that the diaspora can indeed grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the program. And at this point, I would like to welcome the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, the Minister of Information, Ghana, to give us the opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
Hello, good morning. And how's everybody doing? Excellency, Ambassador to Ghana, the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digitalization, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Chief Executives, Chairpersons of Boards, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be with you this morning at this Ghana-Canada Investment Summit Day 2. It's my honor to engage with you, especially after a very exciting session yesterday. And yesterday we had a very good opening. May I ask you to give a big round of applause to the GIPC team for a great organization yesterday. Today we want to dive a bit deeper into some of the investment opportunities, incentives and hand-holding measures that we have, which are aimed at helping you to come do business in Ghana. But I want to start my remarks by briefly tracing the relationship between Ghana and Canada over the years. It's taken decades of international cooperation between Ghana and Canada in the Commonwealth, the United Nations, and other multilateral organizations to build a foundation for our relationship. And it's interesting to know that our relationship started as far back as in 1906, when a church was established by Quebec missionaries in northern Ghana. And since then, Ghana and Canada have built a strong relationship. In 1957, we became the first nation in Africa to receive aid from Canada, and it's since been a period of regular relations between Ghana and Canada. Now, if we talk of economics or business or trade, the value of the two-way commerce in goods between Ghana and Canada in 2021 exceeded $475 million. That's more than the $372 million that was recorded in previous periods. And let me give you some breakdown. More than 372.8 million worth of goods were exported from Canada to Ghana, while about 102 million worth of imports came from Ghana to Canada. And yesterday I met some of the importers who bring goods from Ghana to Canada, shea butter and a few others. The primary imports from Ghana include, as I mentioned, shea butter, rubber, timber, mineral oil, and cocoa. But obviously, it's clear that in the coming years, we have to do a lot to bring a lot more trade from Ghana into Canada, as against from Ghana or from Canada into Ghana. Now, to dive a bit deeper today, as an administration, we are keenly aware of the power of the diaspora, and successive MPP administrations began taking steps to increase our engagement with the diaspora to foster relations and linkages for future exploits. And we started this by establishing the Diaspora Investment Desk at the GIPC, as I alluded to yesterday. Now, as Ghana's foremost investment promotion agency, the GIPC, through the Diaspora Investment Desk, is playing a pivotal role in diaspora investments attraction into our country. The desk provides information to the diaspora on the current business climate and the investment opportunities available in Ghana. And through its events and missions, the diaspora is engaged, the diaspora is mobilized and stimulated to make investments in Ghana. The GIPC, through the Diaspora Investment Desk, furnishes you, our colleagues, with the support needed to relocate to Ghana, be it in person, via your finances, and through your networks and your expertise. And we assist the diaspora to navigate the regulatory processes and have a smooth investment transition into Ghana. We also develop lines of communication between diaspora associations and groups in Ghana, helping the diaspora build a level of trust in Ghana's investment environment. In addition to these, ladies and gentlemen, the Center, as a matter of policy, supports the enterprises with effective aftercare services, and that will deal with some of the issues we were talking about yesterday in terms of response time when you make enquiries. Ghana's investment prospects remain favorable, and significant progress has been made over the last couple of years in attracting foreign direct investment to support our industrialization plans. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, permit me to reiterate some of the key sectors that we are looking to receive your investments in Ghana into. Number one, property development or real estate development. The rapidly transforming landscape of Ghanaian cities is serving as a testament to the unprecedented growth of construction and the real estate sector. Ghana has a vibrant middle-income economy, and we have an increasingly growing population, a good chunk of who are finding jobs in the private and public sectors, and are sophisticated, well-educated professionals. And as they have growing incomes, the rising demand of all types of property development is largely outstripping local supply. So I want to start this morning by mentioning to you that the property development sector, or the real estate sector, is an opportunity area that we want to encourage you to look into. A second area that I want to highlight this morning is manufacturing. Industry in Ghana accounts for about 25% of total productivity, or GDP. And currently, Ghana's industrial production is rising at a rate of about 7.8%, making it the 38th fastest growing industrial production in the world, undergirded by the industrialization policies of the current administration, the 1D, 1F, and others as we've been talking about. Industrial development and import substitution are key areas that our post-crisis recovery program focus on. And as I mentioned yesterday, we have very attractive incentives, such as a 5-year tax-free window, subsidies on financing costs, no taxes on equipment for your plants that you want to bring into the country, and some technical support for you. We are hopeful that you will look strongly to the manufacturing sector as another area of investment in Ghana. Number 3, ladies and gentlemen, is agriculture, large-scale commercial farming, and agro-processing. Ghana's middle income status, combined with our growing economy, signifies a growing middle class whose demand for quality and safe food is rapidly increasing. This has provided a conducive opportunity for the agricultural and agro-processing sector to be transformed in line with the current administration's initiatives, such as Planting for Food and Jobs and the One District, One Factory initiative. Ghana is attractive for agribusiness investors due to our vast arable farmlands, suitable climatic conditions, generous water resources, and the availability of labor, among others. We encourage you strongly to look to large-scale commercial agriculture and agro-processing in Ghana. A 4th area of interest that I want to recommend to you this morning, before resuming my seat, is tourism. One of the worst hit sectors of the Ghanaian economy during the COVID-19 pandemic was the tourism sector. But with restrictions lifted and life gradually coming back to normal, it is re-emerging with a vengeance. The Bank of Ghana lists the tourism sector as the 4th highest foreign exchange earner after gold, cocoa, and remittances for Ghana. The Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture reports inflows of about $2.1 billion in 2021 and anticipates that this figure will increase to about $2.3 billion this year. Ghana's all-year-round tropical climate, along with our wildlife, exotic water resources, beautiful scenery, pristine beaches, bustling nightlife, and rich history, makes it a favorable destination for tourists. And yesterday, as we outlined to you, we are in need of investors to help us build on a lot of our tourism potential sites. We are in need of investors to pull capital together and invest more in conferencing facilities back on the motherland. I want to encourage you to look strongly to this area. Finally, Ghana boasts of a dynamic financial sector which has grown exponentially since 2017, with more Ghanaians gaining access to formal financial services. The sector is dominated by the banking subsector, although insurance, pension, and capital markets have emerged in recent years. The mobile phone penetration has created opportunities for the expansion of financial services and has increased the role of non-financial institutions such as e-money issuers, positioning Ghana as the fastest growing mobile money market in Africa, according to the World Bank's 4th Ghana Economic Update. This dynamic development indicates the potential of digital financial services and payment solutions to further enhance financial inclusion in Ghana. And it is the final area of interest I want to recommend to all who are gathered here to look towards investing in Ghana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a disruptor of trade and investment all over the world. In its aftermath, many opportunities abound in Ghana and, by extension, the African continent. And the current administration in Ghana has both the will and the track record of creating a business environment that is enabling for foreign and diaspora investments. I want to end by applauding and acknowledging the powerful vehicle, that's the diaspora, impacting their countries of origin all over the world with resources, with knowledge transfer, and with their networks. And in Ghana, about $3 billion over the last few years into our jurisdiction. The Akufo-Addo administration believes in engaging you and our international investors who are here and asking you to channel these resources, these skills, and these investment opportunities back home. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat, Ghana has been placed in pole position to lead Africa's economic and financial renaissance. This means that when you come back and you do business in Ghana and with Ghana, you are only opening your own door to access the entire African continent. I want to end by encouraging you to come invest in Ghana. And as I mentioned yesterday, if you need land and extra support, come to the Ofonsia UB constituency. We are ready to partner you to do more. We look forward to seeing you home soon. Grow with Ghana, grow in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give it up for the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah for the amazing opening address. Right now, we're going to go ahead and invite Mr. Lawrence Ajinsam, CEO of the Ghana Exim Bank, addressing us on diaspora financing for innovation advancement in Ghana. Welcome, sir.
Ghana Exim Bank is the driving force behind Ghana's agenda of transforming the country into an export hub through industrialization and support for the private sector using several initiatives. One of the key initiatives is the One District, One Factory, popularly known as 1D, 1F.
Exim Bank, which was formed in 2016 by an Act of Parliament 2016 Act 911, mandates the bank to carry certain jobs. It has two objects, and that object is what we are fulfilling. But more importantly, all Exim banks across the world are formed as a developmental banks or as a policy bank. In our case in Ghana, as a policy bank, it is our mandate to be able to work with the government of the day. And in working with the government of the day, it requires us to make sure that we fulfill and implement the vision of the government in power. And as you may recall, the current president, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as a visionary leader, made it clear as part of his manifesto that he was going to transform the industrialization of this country and the economy. With it came the mantra, one district, one factory.
The government of Ghana put emphasis on certain core industries that have been integral to social development and a drain on the country's trade deficit. Most of these industries have local sourced raw material or immediate local human and infrastructural capacity.
In transforming the economy and transforming the industries in this country, one of the key components is the raw material base. So you need to make sure that if you are going to any district, you have to find out from the promoter that you're going to put this industry in this place? What raw materials are you going to use? And if you're going to use this raw material, how sustainable is it going to be over the period?
Some of the massive industrial projects embarked on are mainly focused around the agricultural sector. To curb the drain of over 250 million in foreign exchange, the palm oil sector has been targeted with long-term financing from the Ghana Exim Bank.
Not too long ago, it is said that Malaysians came to West Africa to take our palm oil fruits. They have developed over 35 products. Ghana is still hovering around 3 to 4 products.
Joabin Oil Mills Company Limited, amongst others, have received strategic investment aimed at industrializing and commercializing the company to benefit the local community, protect the environment, and ensure reliable return to investors and lenders. Ghana spends about $375 million annually on poultry importation.
Sad that a country of about 31 million Ghanaians, we import almost about 90% chicken meat. And these are the factors that affect our dollar. We need to fix this. And that is why this government and this bank has made poultry as one of the key, but our number one focus area.
Accra Farms, one of the greenfield poultry farms, received unprecedented investment for the production of healthy livestock and livestock products. Accra Farms is now the largest poultry factory in West Africa. Other brownfield factories have also received funding for automated state-of-the-art production expansion. It's predicted to create 747 jobs with expected import substitution revenue of over 180 million annually.
In doing that, we are creating jobs. So we have to make sure that we finance Ghanaians who will be able to help us to solve this problem.
Ghana Exim Bank has injected financing into 3 pineapple plantation projects at Ekumfi, Komenda, and West Achim.
If you talk of Ekumfi, we are supporting the raw material base, and as we speak, over 600 to 800 acres of pineapple has been grown. The plan is to do it to almost about 1,800 to 2,000, involving almost about 600 to 800 outgrowers, who then will be farming almost about 3 acres per person. There's also one Petersfield in Komenda Eguafo. And then I'm aware that, again, Aztec that we are reviving now, Nano Foods is also coming up. So we need that sustainable base of raw material.
The bank has funded 2 sweet potato cultivation and processing projects. Kasada Ropa Company Limited, located in Bewaze in the Gumwa West District Central Region, and Dorothy Kani Company Limited in Chebi in Eastern Region. Investment in the sweet potato industry reduces Ghana's dependence on wheat and other imported flour used in the baking industry. The sweet potato projects are expected to create 1,500 jobs. Ghana Exim Bank has boosted the avocado industry through investment into Ekwapin Gold Company's factory and associated avocado farms in the Eastern Region. These farms and avocado processing factory are to meet the growing demand of avocado in the cosmetics, pharmaceutical, and food industries, both locally and for exports internationally. To reduce the imports of tomato, paste, and other tomato products, and to stem the post-harvest losses in Ghana, Ghana Exim Bank funded a 40,000 metric ton per annum factory with the Africa Tomato Processing Factory with temperature-controlled storage located in Brekum, Bono East Region. The factory has established a 2,400-acre nucleus farm and also spearheaded the establishment of 2,000 tomato outgrower farmers in Tano North and Brekum West districts. The Bodukwan Mango and Jute Factory in Kotri, Ashanti Region, is under construction to process mangoes from existing Bodukwan farms in Nkuranza North District in the Bono region, as well as fruits from other farms in the Ashanti, Bono, Bono East, Ahafo, Savannah and Northern regions. This gargantuan factory is the first of its kind to process fruit in this catchment area. The jute factory currently under construction is for the local manufacturing of jute bags for the cocoa, cashew and coffee industries, mitigating the millions in foreign exchange losses Ghana loses yearly importing jute bags. The two factories will employ over 3,000 youth directly and indirectly. Ghana Exim Bank has made significant strategic investments in the northern part of Ghana to stem the post-harvest losses in watermelon.
The northeast, the Tamale area, all those enclave, upper east, is full of watermelon. So we thought it was wise that to put up a factory over there, to be able to cut down on post-harvest losses. It is not only watermelon. Again, in the northern region, we have built 4 processing shea butter. Everybody in this country, whether south, east, or west, or the middle belt, knows that Ghana has a lot of share in the 3 northern regions.
The Youth in Greenhouse Enterprise project is being done in partnership with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program to promote investment in greenhouse vegetable production in Ghana towards import substitution and employment creation.
That investment is Youth in Greenhouse project. So it was for Exim Bank to assist the youth, especially our graduate unemployment. As we speak, we have financed 100 greenhouses across the country. It will amaze you that we spent almost 100 to 300 million on vegetables from other countries to this country. We are also working with the research institution to make sure that those of our students who are in academia will have the benefits of having a practical knowledge of some of these innovations. And that's why you have one in UST, then the other one in UCC. There are about 20 in Dowenya. We have some in Volta region, 5 in Western region, another 5 in the Himaluwa Denchua area. We have also 5 in Sojiman, another 5 in the Chebi area. So it's all scattered in about 6 regions that were selected as a pilot.
Main pharmaceutical policy goals in Ghana are access to essential medicines for everybody, quality assurance for all drugs on the market, a functioning and efficient supply chain, as well as a growth ratio from 30% to 60% of medicines to be made in Ghana.
Because hitherto, almost every drug was coming from either Germany or India. So if we can help make them more modern with a state-of-the-art technology. In 2020, they were supposed to become GMP compliant. That is General Manufacturing Practice, and EU compliant. And that is why this bank decided to invest $60 million, a whopping 301 million Ghana cedis, into the pharmaceutical industry in 3 years.
There are also 3 projects on cassava in the eastern, Volta and Brong Ahafo regions that have received funding with expected employment of 11,200 individuals under the Cassava Enterprise Project.
I recall on a trip that I undertook with the Vice President of this land to China. When we came back, his view was that every district should have 50 acres of cassava production. Because with cassava, you can do cassava starch, you can do cassava chips, you can do ethanol in terms of its usage in the country and in terms of its export benefit. And with it, Caltech is in the Volta region and Amante is in the Brong-Ahafo region. And we have also 20 cassava enterprise projects. That is a small one.
The garment manufacturing companies in Ghana have faced economic challenges since the inception of trade liberalization. Specifically, foreign imports have introduced competition into the market, which has resulted in marginalized value of authentic Ghanaian products. Ghana Exim Bank has made significant investments into the garment industry. These investments have turned Ghana into a net exporter of garments.
As we speak, they do almost about $2 million every month export to America.
At the height of the COVID-19 crisis, Ghana was able to produce face masks and other PPEs locally, saving the country millions of dollars in the imports of PPEs, which became scarce and expensive on the world markets.
So if you go around, among those 5, you can see employment about over 10,000 Ghanaians, youth.
The government, with the Special Development Finance from Ghana Exim Bank, has initiated the setting up and growth financing of various factories to use local raw materials across the country. The first of this kind is the brick and tiles project in the Tanaso district, with some 1,000 jobs to be created. In 3 years, Ghana Exim Bank has invested in over 119 greenfield and brownfield projects, and there are more to be done in the pipeline.
But now that we've been able to do almost about 191 one factory, with other banks in total now making about 232 one factory, it is envisaged that Exim Bank would be able now to move into the bigger areas.
At Ghana Exim Bank, we call this the Made in Ghana 4P. Produce, promote, purchase, and prosper. If as a people we believe in the Ghana beyond aid, then let's prosper as a nation by producing, promoting, and purchasing our products. Let's support Made in Ghana, and let's take Made in Ghana to the world. One district, one factory, Ghana at work. Ghana Exim Bank, facilitating Ghana's international trade.
Good morning, Your Excellency Ray Soa, High Commissioner of Ghana to Canada, Honorable Minister of Communication and Digitalization, Minister of Information, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, my colleague, CEO, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, my another colleague, CEO, Ghana Tourist Authority, who happens to be my brother. I stand in for the CEO of Ghana Free Zones and CEO of Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Director of Diaspora, Affairs Office of the President, Chairman of Ghana Export and Import Bank, Kojo Boatin Jemfi, Chairman of GIPC, Mr. Alex Adade. I bring you greetings from Ghana Export and Import Bank. I think the documentary, as was shown, speaks volumes of what is happening in Ghana. I've made statements to the effect that it is unprecedented that in the regime of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as compared to what happened with Kwame Nkrumah, we have put in place over 275 industries as compared to predecessors of Kwame Nkrumah. And this government and president deserve an applause. People thought that the 1D, 1F was a fluke, it was a lie, it was a political propaganda. But I think this gives testament and testimony of what is happening. And this documentary was done somewhere in 2019-20. So over time, there's been a lot of improvement. My job has been cut for me by the Minister of Information in his presentation this morning. Those of you who were not here yesterday, you missed a lot. There was a lot of information a lot of passion being exuded from the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, where you talk about 10,000 rooms that are needed in the tourism sector. The Minister of Communication and Digitalization spoke about fintech and what is happening in Ghana in terms of what we're doing to make sure that at least in West Africa, Ghana has become the technology hub. To the extent that even Google and other big companies want to come to Ghana and use it as a base, all due to the investment. And unfortunately, these are the things that are tangible that, in fact, you do not win votes with. And these are the things that our opponents will not speak about. But these are investments that are quite needed. Again, the GIPC CEO also laid bare on the opportunities, the openness and optimism that Ghana has. In opportunities, he laid bare the sectors that are of importance to GIPC. I bring you a piece of information. Over the years, successive governments have all attempted to make Ghana as an export-led economy. For a reason, EDIF was set up. EDIF metamorphosed into IDEF, and now, in a span of about 14 to 15 years, we now have an Exim Bank. In the Minister of Information's presentation this morning, and here I speak directly to those of you who are in Canada, he said we import almost about $372 million of goods from Canada to Ghana. What is the reverse? We only export 102. So there's what? Trade deficits. It means those of us here, we have a role to play. And that is why this government and GIPC, hitherto, it is when presidents go around the country that you see Ghanaians. But as part of GIP's mandate, we want to have engagement with you, to speak to you. How do we reverse this order? And this is where Exim Bank comes in. How do we change and become an export-led economy instead of import-dependent economy? We're talking about the structure of our economy. We'll sit here and lament and complain that our dollar is not doing well. It is for you and I to make sure that the sectors that are being mentioned, we create trade. I mean, if you go into Kenichi Omar in his book, The Art of the Strategist, Japanese, they were copycats. They all went to America, went to other countries, came back to their country, and made sure they affected and make impact. What are we doing in Canada? What are the opportunities here? The minister made mention of skills. We come here. In fact, this morning I was just telling myself, all of us sitting here, Yofi, Asla, maybe my good friend Awa, we've all studied abroad. But we've gone back home. Look at the president, Kufuor, Danado. They all went and came back and made sure we bring a change to the country. So what are we doing here? That's why we are talking to you. Bring your investment back home. I have done my documentary. I need to speak to you. Remittances alone is bigger than the FDIs that are coming into the country. But those remittances can be channeled into entrepreneurship. Greenhouses. Let me speak to the Canadians here. There is a manufacturing company that does greenhouses. We just saw the lady, is it Aviola? The video that we saw, that she was working in Zara. How many of us are working in Zara? And I'm making sure that we bring made in Ghana goods to be displayed in Zara to bring us foreign exchange. We have financed DTRT and exporting $2 million to the American market. If you check the data, we import garment from Canada. What about the reverse? Don't we have the technology here? Even honey. In Canada here, there's a huge market for honey. You come from Ghana, you come from Eastern region, you come from the Northern region. Can't you research and bring technology for us to be sure we add value to the raw materials and then export them and create employment? I wish they can show the Tuesday market that I gave you guys. Can we show the Tuesday market documentary to see how value addition is being done in Ghana? So, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of opportunities, we've spoken about manufacturing, tourism. In Exim Bank, I've demonstrated to you that there is a huge opportunities, but it will be between you and I to see the opportunities that are there. Simple things. Packaging of plantain chips that we can now use and send it to Dubai. If you go to Dubai, every hotel is now using plantain chips. Sweet potato. It's not a big thing. It's not $1 million that we're talking about. But we're talking about entrepreneurship that can bring a change to our country. I always engage my northern friends, and Awal is here, in the bank. I said, when we were kids, our mothers were still needing the shea butter. When we travel, have we found out implements, small things that they can use to package the shea butter? And those of us who are here, how many of us are expecting or trying to encourage and buy shea butter? That will bring money back home. I was talking to a friend yesterday. Canada needs nurses. Is that right? How many of us have set up an agency and get accreditation or certification to ensure that we train and link up and make nursing as an exportable goods or services, as is done in India? Fintech, software development. India is making a lot of money. Exim Bank is just buying Finacle, worth of over $2 million, $12 million from Infosys in India. That, if we have developed it in Ghana, is not going to bring us money and reduce the exchange rate. But of course, funny enough, those of us who are in diaspora, when the exchange rate surface, we are happy and we enjoy, because when we change, we earn more money. It gives us more cities. That is the sad aspect of life. So I don't have any stories. My story is that for Exim Bank, of all the things that are being said, whether it's fintech, we are prepared to do it. If it's after that present over 1.2 billion population, we encourage people to come there and make sure that common market, we take advantage of it. Ghana is the headquarters, and Exim Bank's building is the headquarters of AFTA. How prepared are we? The Chinese just didn't get up and make China as an industrial hub for the world. They used 3-pronged strategies. They set up China Development Bank, China Exim Bank, and Sinosure. I recall in 2017, I was in America, and in Exim Bank conference, they were talking about the China challenge. But they had a direct and deliberate strategy Fortunately for us in Ghana, we have an Exim Bank, we have the Ghana Development Bank, and we encourage all of you. I cannot prepare a business plan for myself. We here talking about fertilizer. We import fertilizer. In terms of import substitution, there's a lot of opportunities. So for me, if you bring a good proposal, as you are here, connect, network, bring JVs to Ghana, a bankable project, talk to us, and we will be more than willing. Atlantic Life Science, that is producing infusion. Exim Bank funded it with 10 million. And now in Ghana, we have infusion that we can sell to West Africa. That is the role of Exim Bank, to make sure that we bring foreign exchange and reduce our dependency. And it's from the small to the big. On that note, I thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Lawrence Ejisam one more time. So we would like to call on the CEO of the Ghana Free Zone Authority, represented by Mr. Frederick Kono Larby. Mr. Frederick Kono Larby, who is the Director for Management Information Systems. Please give it up for him.
His Excellency, the High Commissioner of Ghana to Canada, Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, CEO of GIPC, and other CEOs present, all protocols observed. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here this morning to represent my CEO, Ambassador Michael Okwe Jr., who for other important assignments is not able to join us on this mission. He extends his best wishes and appreciation for the platform, for the Free Zone, to let our friends in the diaspora to know more about what the Free Zone is up to. In fact, more has been said about the opportunities in Ghana, so I need not even spend so much time on this presentation. But then I need to let you know a few things, because most of the pictures that you see, the videos that you see are all Free Zone. Most of them are Free Zone companies. Some of them are wholly Ghanaian companies that have taken opportunities around, getting loans from the Exim Bank and other places to put up what you see over there. So the opportunities abound. Okay. So I just want to give you more information about the Free Zones, what we do, and then how we operate. That is screw. Okay. So the Free Zone Authority is basically, designed to provide the opportunity for companies to do processing and manufacture goods. Is it working? No. Thank you very much. Yes, so the free zone has been designed to promote the processing of goods and services for export. So ours is export-oriented. So whatever we're coming to do under the free zone is to aim at producing for export. And we say that the whole of Ghana is accessible to potential investors. You know, in other jurisdictions, you notice that for free zone, we are limited to enclaves. So if you are not licensed to operate in an enclave, then we can't operate. But in Ghana, the whole of Ghana is accessible to any potential investor. Just locate where your raw material is, and you can be licensed to operate from that angle. So investors have the flexibility of locating at or in any of the export processing zones. And now, currently, most of the African countries and the world at large is moving away from the free zone concept. And they are all moving towards the special economic zones, the XEZs. So Ghana is also in the process of migrating from the free zone onto the export processing zones. We are looking at industrialization, looking at manufacturing for exports. And the zone or the free zone authority was established under the Act of Parliament, Act 1995, Act 504. So if you're operating under the free zone, you are covered to do your operation. Please, next slide. Well, we limit ourselves to few sectors of the economy. So under the free zone concept, we are looking at the 4 critical areas of development of our enclaves, the manufacturing sector, and then the service and commercial sectors. So under the developers, we license you as a developer to develop an enclave, make certain provisions in terms of water, servicing of land for other tenants to occupy. So we have currently about 3 developers who are developing our enclaves. Again, under manufacturing, we have investors who are required to add value to our raw materials. So our aim is value addition. You notice that most of the things that we saw in the videos were showing people adding value to whatever they are doing. So when it comes to agro-processing, you add value to your cashew, the cocoa. Currently, most of the companies under the free zones are processing cocoa into cocoa butter, cocoa liquor, or cocoa powder. And some have gone to the last mile of producing chocolate. And I know most of you have heard of Niche Cocoa, which is a wholly Ghanaian company that started from the scratch and now producing cocoa or chocolate for export. We also have the servicing sector. This is where we are encouraging you to come into the sector by undertaking technology-based service. You have those who are providing service like the fintechs. They are providing service for certain companies. And then we are looking at the business processing outsourcing, where we are looking at data centers created. And just about a week ago, we had one potential investor looking at setting up a data center in Ghana to provide services to the whole of Africa. So this is a great opportunity for you to be there. We are also looking at the commercial sector, where we have investors who will be allowed to bring goods in bulk. You break bulk, repackage, and export to the neighboring African countries. Again, we are having companies who are into warehousing. So if you have a warehouse, just to create room for other investors to keep their goods for re-export, you are allowed to operate under the commercial sector. Currently, we have 4 enclaves that we are developing. We are still looking for investors to develop those enclaves. And then our flagship, which is a Tema enclave, is well designed to have so many operators setting up over there. So with 7,000 acres of land allocated to the export processing zones, your investment or your business have 4 unique free zone zones to choose from. Currently, we have the Ashanti Technology Park, and the government of Ghana is now developing that into the greater Kumasi Industrial Park. And the free zone has a portion of that park for industrialization. We're looking forward to investors to come in to develop and then operate. We also have the thermal processing zone, which is almost full. In fact, there isn't much space for investors to settle in that enclave. So we are encouraging others to move to the other enclaves that are yet to be, occupied. Those ones are Shama Land Bank, also in the western region, and then the Skendi Export Processing Zone, which have been earmarked for petrochemical zone, and then the minerals processing and petrochemical zone for Skendi. We're looking at investors who will come to add value to those raw materials like the oil and gas sector to produce oil and lubricants for the other manufacturing companies. Just for a picture, you will notice that most of the work is in the manufacturing sector, and we have about 76% of companies in the manufacturing sector under the free zone. And then we have 16% with the services, and then developers, we have 2%. And then the 7% goes to commercial, operators. Now, the caveat here is we allow you to do an export of a minimum of 70% of your total production, annual production. And we are allowed also to sell the 30% on the local market. And since I came, I've had a few of friends here who are showing interest in going into this kind of business where they would lodge under the enclaves and then produce for export. We encourage you to come because we will help you to do business without much struggle. Please, let's go to the next slide. So, why do you have to license under the free zone? We give you generous incentives to just make your work very easy to export, produce more, and export more. So, the incentives are, you have the monetary incentives, which are import and export incentive, 100% exemption from duties and levies on all direct and indirect duties and levies on the imports for production and export for your free zones. So all your imports and exports are exempted from payment of those duties. Then again, the income tax. For the first 10 years of your operation, you are given 10 years corporate tax holiday, just to let you have the feel of whatever you want to do before, after, you pay a tax of 15%. So for the first 10 years of your operation, you are granted that holiday of not paying tax, but afterwards, you pay 50% of the corporate tax. Withholding tax, you are also exempted. You are exempted from the payment of withholding tax from all your dividends arising out of your free zone investment. Again, double taxation, relief from double taxation for foreign investors and employees from where Ghana has a double taxation agreement. So wherever Ghana has a double taxation agreement, we are exempted from that payment of those taxes. Then also we have the non-monetary incentives. Please, the next slide. So over here, the bureaucratic reliefs that we get from us, that is relief from various bureaucratic restrictions and statutory requirements. There are times we have to put in application for maybe work permit. This is where we hold your hand. It's a one-stop shop. You come in to set up under the free zones. Your immigration issues are all settled by the free zone authority. You need not go through any hustle and bustle. Also, no import licensing is required under the free zone concept. Again, minimal custom formalities. All goods that are imported are sent straight to your warehouse or to your factory. We have resident custom officers who will examine the goods, and then you go ahead with your production. Again, no restriction on repatriation of dividends or net profit. You can repatriate every profit or dividend that you make out of your operation under the free zones. Again, no restriction on payments for foreign loan servicing. So free zone companies are allowed to open foreign accounts with the banks in Ghana. So we don't have any restriction on that. Much has been said about the advantage of locating in Ghana, so I don't have to waste much time here. Let's go to the next slide. Currently, we have just about 3 companies that have been licensed from Canada, or they have Canada, presence from Canada. And that is where I'm here to let you know that Ghana is a safe place to do business. I don't think it's very encouraging to have this. We have 2 that are a joint venture between a Canadian and a British, and then a Canadian and a Ghanaian, and 1 wholly. So currently the statistics show that we have about 34% of wholly foreign investment in Ghana under the free zones, 34%. And then the rest has a Ghanaian content. 32% is wholly Ghanaian, 32% wholly Ghanaian, and then the 34% is a wholly foreign, a joint venture between a Ghanaian and a foreigner. It tells me that the free zone is not limited to foreigners alone. Ghanaians as well are always encouraged to come into the operation. It is very easy to register or to be licensed under the free zones. So let's go through a few of them. So you need to incorporate a company in Ghana with the Registrar General's Department. You produce a complete free zone application form. This is currently online. So you can just go online, complete a form, you pay online, and then it will be processed for you. You submit business plan and feasibility study. All this could be scanned and attached to the form. Environmental permit from the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, you have to show evidence of transfer of funds. Unfortunately or fortunately for you, you don't have to show any minimum equity, but based on your investment plan, you have to show evidence of funds that could be transferred. Then evidence of export. This is a very key item under the free zone licensing. Because it is very difficult to see what or where your market is, you must have an evidence, an MOU with an institution somewhere indicating that they are taking maybe a minimum of 70% of whatever you are producing. And so if you have that evidence, then we can go ahead and then license you. And then evidence of location. Either you have a leased land or a rental. So you must show all this evidence. And then finally, any other document that could be, enhance your application, the quick approval of your application. So these are a few of the companies that have been licensed, some multinationals, some are local, and they are all doing very well in the free zone. And we encourage you, come and set up under the free zone, which is now going to be expanded to a special economic zones to make export very easy for you. So thank you very much, and I'll be around for any further discussion. I have a table outside there with some products.
Please give it up for Mr. Frederick Konolarbi for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody needs to use the bathroom, please, the bathrooms are located on the hallway all the way down to the hall. At the end of the hall, you make a right, and your immediate right, the washrooms are located over there. Thank you, everybody that's here for this program. I would like to also acknowledge the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario and your team for being here, for their support towards this program. Please wave a hand so people know who you are. Thank you very much. They are the umbrella organization for all Ghanaian Canadian associations, businesses, churches, the Muslims, and our entire community. Next, we would like to invite the CEO of the board chairman for GIPC and CEO of KGL, Mr. Alex Dade.
Good morning. You can hear me? Excellent. It's time for one of your own, a diasporan. And from the private sector, I think you've listened to what the government can do, even though I double as a chairman of GIPC. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of Ghana to Canada, Honorable Minister of Communication, Honorable Minister of Information, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, my fellow colleague board members from the GIPC, the Chairman of Exim Bank, CEOs assembled here, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, and my colleague also from the Diaspora and Affairs Office of the President. It indeed gives me a great honor and a privilege to be with you today and to share my personal experience, not only as one of the most accomplished diasporan investors in Ghana, but also to outline our vision for the growth in my capacity as the chairman of the governing board of the GIPC. I also happen to be a very strong advocate of diasporan inclusion in the political and socio-economic transformation of Ghana. And I indeed initiated the 2017 Diasporan Homecoming Summit. And throughout my career, I've organized a lot of diasporan summits. My entrepreneurship journey, Your Excellency, which began many years ago, gave me the opportunity to work at the highest level on both sides of the Atlantic over a 30-year period. During this period, I have remained passionate about progress driven by multilateral collaborations, diasporan socioeconomic inclusion, and harnessing technology to push boundaries for economic transformation. I can boldly state, without a shred of doubt, that the most successful period of my entrepreneurship journey has been in Ghana. The opportunities and the rewards have been tremendous, and the environment very conducive for doing business. Ghana, like most developing economies, has its fair share of peculiar challenges. However, for any diasporan investor like myself, seeking high returns and driven enough to look beyond the challenges, the opportunities will always present itself. Ghana, as a middle-income country with burgeoning local industries, a stable political and civil environment, as well as a robust regulatory environment, puts us ahead of our peers, and this influenced my decision to relocate to Ghana. This is also why it remains a prime destination for investors like the KGL Group, seeking emerging markets with viable prospects for investment. The country is perfectly placed to attract both foreign and diasporan investment to propel growth, leveraging on the youthful population. Diasporan investment is our preferred option, among others, to transform our economy and bring property to our people. This goes beyond remittances and taps into the vast resources of the Ghanaian diaspora. We are seeking to focus more on structured diaspora investment products, such as diaspora direct investment, diaspora portfolio investment, and diaspora philanthropic investment. Experts believe that diaspora direct investment surpasses foreign direct investment in sub-Saharan Africa. I have always held the belief that to achieve a true sense of sustained economic growth, we have to look beyond the basics. A sustained development of local capacity, complemented by the involvement of the diaspora, will guarantee a robust private sector to create wealth for our country. Governments do not create wealth, the private sector does, and as such, innovating to both incentivize and stimulate the private sector for job creation is the surest way to eradicate poverty. It goes without saying that wealth creation and poverty eradication through job creation are two sides of the same coin. This belief informed my personal decision back in 2015 as both a diasporan and an entrepreneur to relocate some of my businesses to Ghana. It birthed the concept of the KGL Group, a resilient, wholly owned Ghanaian business of subsidiaries spanning with interest in technology, fintech, logistics, private equity, and corporate social intervention. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, kindly allow me to reference the KGL Group as a test case illustrating the importance of diaspora investment to the Ghanaian economy. Under the umbrella of the KGL Group, for instance, all our operational and commercial functions can be classified as diaspora direct investment into the economy of Ghana, while the private equity arm, KGL Capital, is classified as a diaspora portfolio investment. KGL Foundation, which is our corporate social responsibility arm, will be classified as a diaspora philanthropic investment. These three distinct diaspora investment sectors I would highly recommend to you. It shows that you do not have to be in Ghana to invest in Ghana. The opportunities, success, and rewards of investing in Ghana is further evident again using the KGL trajectory as a case study. To achieve this, we actively sought like-minded professionals who believed and shared in our vision to build a reputable Ghanaian conglomerate. And together, we charted a clear, deliberate course to become a powerhouse in digitalization across Ghana and the sub-region. Harnessing technology, investment in top-tier solutions and personnel has made it possible to continually deploy sustainable digital-based solutions across every digital ecosystem in which we operate, delivering value to our stakeholders. Corporate governance and a sense of corporate citizenship and social accountability are critical to the success of every forward-looking business, and within the group, this has guided all policies across our sphere of operation. From our modest beginnings and teething challenges synonymous with relocations, our vision for growth, shared by a dedicated workforce, both local and diaspora, has delivered this sustained growth. In the process, our success in deploying digital solutions have presented further opportunities to replicate our operational model, steadily building our portfolio and growing our workforce of 200 industry experts to a 5-fold projected increase within the next year. This has significantly made KGL Group one of the largest revenue contributors to the Ghanaian economy. I am particularly proud of our operations, that our operations are not only delivering commercial value to our stakeholders, but making a huge difference on their social impact. Under the KGL Foundation, which is our CSR wing, our corporate social responsibility wing of the group, which is headed by my son, Elliot Dade, a British-born Ghanaian diasporan who left his lucrative job in the city of London to drive this great initiative of giving back to the communities we operate in. At this stage, I would like to encourage as many of you as possible to emulate the example of Elliot and many like-minded diasporans to come and invest not only finances, but also human capital. We are passionate about mobilizing resources to change lives, one community at a time, and contributing our efforts towards the drive to realize our collective vision of a Ghana built by Ghanaians. The foundation operates in areas of education, health, sports, entrepreneurship, and tourism. In the area of sports, the foundation is the largest financiers for the GFA juvenile sports, which they have placed a significant amount of money there. I would also say that the group is the largest sponsor of the Ghana Black Stars and has enabled the Black Stars to participate in Qatar. Finally, let me turn to my role as the chairman of the governing board of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. My appointment by the president was to assure the diasporan investors and also the private sector that one of their own now occupied the position and will always be aligned and committed to their cause. With the collective vision of myself and the board, we will innovate the way we attract both diasporan and foreign direct investment into Ghana. The mandate given to us by His Excellency the President was clear. It was to harness our individual expertise, local and diasporan experience, as well as our understanding of business to transform Ghana's investment landscape, aligned with the shared vision of socio-economic transformation of Ghana, which means that we are with you, we understand you, I have lived in England, I have lived in England for 30 years, so I understand the dynamics, your fears, the trust in the system, so we can talk the same language, and that is why I am the chairman of GIPC, so I am your chairman. The GIPC had reached an agreement with the Ghana Stock Exchange to facilitate diasporan portfolio investment and also started a process of opening 10 investment offices around the world. This is to bring our services closer to the diasporan and foreign investors. We are keen on fostering collaborative dialogues between diasporan investors and their local counterparts by creating a two-way engagement and also opening the channel between diasporan investors and local industry in order to redirect focus of the government priority sectors. Another example is promoting platforms that allow for dialogue between the diaspora and government in order for the diaspora to influence policy formulation. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, I am encouraged by the growing wave of diasporan investors who are constantly looking for opportunities and ready to invest in Ghana. I anticipate a new Ghana that is brave, bold, and believes in investing in capacity and expertise, and in partnership with its diaspora to be truly self-sufficient, transcending the age-old practice of leaning on returns of natural resources as staples for economic growth. The future is promising with our diaspora. Thank you very much.
We decided to join the ADWA platform because there is just so much one person can do. And the ADWA platform offers us the opportunity to be exposed to a wider market internationally, in Africa and across the world. Vista Pieces, a Ghanaian homeware and lifestyle brand using concrete to create beautiful handmade pieces to style every space.
We are proud to be part of ADWA because ADWA serves us what we need in terms of their customer profile and the fact that they are very diligent with the work that they do, detail-oriented and very organized.
We are on the ADWA platform because as an emerging and an upcoming brand, we believe that the ADWA platform is a very great platform for us to reach, the maximum customers where we are able to, sell our products and also give us the access to reach, a wide range of clients.
We started ADWA as a result of extensive research and also engagement with stakeholders around the continent, one of the key stakeholders being Yofi Grant, who is the CEO of GIPC. And as a result of that, we realized that there were immense opportunity in the fashion industry, particularly connecting designers to the global market, especially connecting with the diaspora community and those of African descent. So we're a marketplace. We provide technology, logistics, and marketing as a service to the brands. Brands that are interested in working with us will approach us. Currently, we have about 36 brands from across 10 African countries and also a few brands from Diaspora, UK, US, and Australia that are on the platform. So designers that are interested would reach out to us and then we will walk them through our onboarding process and our engagement strategy with a critical focus on engaging the diaspora community and engaging them to support brands from the continent and also support brands that are by African designers or Black designers. So I have a very strong interest in economic and social development across the continent and how we support the growth of the African continent as Black young people or people from the continent. And being a Ghanaian, my interest has always been job creation. I have a policy background and I kind of pivoted into innovation and entrepreneurship, essentially to be able to be a part of the solution. How do we get more jobs to be created? How do we support these industries that are already existing, these young brands to be able to grow and scale and as a result employ more people, keep our industries functioning and being able to get into the manufacturing space where we grow our own manufacturing industries on the continent. We've seen the results of the year of the return. Most people looking to buy from Ghana, looking to buy from Africa. So ADWA becomes a one-stop shop marketplace for you. It's well curated, high quality premium brands. And you get access to markets like the UK, beyond the African continent, the UK, US, Australia, and New Zealand. And we're pushing brands to the Asia region because of my connection to Down Under. For the diaspora community, we've ensured that you'll be able to have seamless access to brands, very beautiful brands, well-made brands from across the continent. And you'll also be able to support the economies here and be able to contribute whether you come down or you can shop virtually. Ghana is the gateway to the continent, to Africa. The Secretariat of AFCTA is positioned here. So we're contributing to that AFCTA focus with cross-border trade. Our government has demonstrated its ability to connect with the diaspora community through the year of the return, and also central points like the GIPC Diaspora Desk is connecting with young entrepreneurs to bring them back home and to be able to contribute to the economy. So looking at all of that informed my decision to say, I want to set up my business here. Of course, it's not going to be easy, just like anywhere in the world, but there is support and there is right channels and right people to be connected with to get you to grow your business. I would definitely encourage any young diasporan who is looking to do business to come to Ghana, grow in Ghana, and grow with Ghana.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For all those that are here, we are actually live online right now, streaming live. So once again, the hashtag for this day is GICS22. So make sure you go on YouTube, go on Instagram, and if you have your booklet, the red booklet in front of you, if you go to the last page, if you're not following us on social media, there's a scan code over there, a barcode. Please scan it and follow us online. Please share it to friends. To our families that are watching us online, thank you for tuning in. Please share it to everybody. Yesterday we had over 700-800 people watching online. So you're right here. We're going global with this. So thank you, GIPC, for all the great work. Please give them a round of applause. Right now it's time for our keynote address. And we have the Minister of Communications and Digitalization, the Honorable Ursula Owusu Ekufu. Please give her a big, big round of applause.
Oh, you have been too stingy with your applause. Eh? Your Excellency Ray Sowa, High Commissioner of Ghana to Canada, the Ministers of Information, Tourism, Arts and Culture, CEOs here present, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Ghana Tourism Authority, and Ghana EXIM, chairpersons and board members of GIPC and Ghana EXIM, the beautiful Nadia from the Diaspora Relations Office in the Office of the President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My apologies if I missed out anyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. And I was thinking that after yesterday's intervention, I wouldn't have much to say, but listening to what has gone on this morning, I have a few things that I want to share with you. The old Ghanaian adage, and I'll say it in Twi, humanisumani entina atwe mienu enam, to wit, blowing the speck out of each other's eyes is the reason why two antelopes walk together, highlights the importance of friendship and cooperation for sustainable development, and embodies the essence of the Ghana-Canada partnership. We need each other. Ghana has had cordial relations with Canada for over 6 decades. And over the years, this bond has been strengthened through shared values, the Commonwealth membership, and diplomatic camaraderie and bilateral trade. As fate would have it, the two countries even share a common national day of 1st July. Ghana has also been a strategic partner with a substantial number of Ghanaian professionals and businesses in Canada, keenly contributing to developing the Canadian economy. Several of our compatriots and our children have studied here and continue to study here. I believe even the information minister's mother studied here, as he indicated yesterday. And he's also highlighted the fact that Canadian exports to Ghana in the last 25 years have increased at an annualized rate of about 8.97% from $23.8 million in 1995 to $372 million currently. We could do more to even out the imbalance, and that's why we're here, because we're doing just about 100 million to Canada annually. We could do more. Undoubtedly, the COVID-19 had a universal impact, and Ghana, like all other countries in the world, was not spared its devastation. As global supply chains were disrupted and national borders shut down, lockdowns effected to control the spread of the virus, countries and citizens resorted to technology for survival and continuity of operations. So that was the silver lining in the cloud for us. What would have taken us decades to achieve, we achieved in a few years, because people understood how pivotal technology was to continued and sustained development of our world. Before the pandemic, as if we anticipated it and started preparing for it, we had already begun laying the foundations for a digitalized economy in 2017, and we were therefore able to transition to online platforms without too much difficulty. Prior to the outbreak, from the assumption of office of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2017, we began speedily implementing digital policies and introducing platforms aimed at digitalizing public sector agencies, reducing inefficiencies and corruption, and increasing revenue collection. These included the paperless port system, the Ghana Post National Digital Address System, the Digital National ID Card, mobile money interoperability, the e-government, e-procurement portal, e-justice system, amongst many others. At the onset of the outbreak, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization also took steps to mitigate the impact of the lockdown, particularly as restrictions of movement were in place and internet usage had sharply increased. Ghana was the first country, and I believe the only country, to specifically assign free spectrum to mobile network operators to support COVID-19 relief efforts and to help improve the quality of experience through the users. As more people moved online, severe congestion was experienced on our networks, and this is one key step that we took to enable them to have more capacity to utilize for providing services to all networks and all people, to cater for increased data traffic and online activities, including e-learning, meetings, working from home, and even religious and social events. We also directed the NCA to permit network operators with 2G licenses to deploy 3G technology over that spectrum in unserved and underserved areas at no additional fee, to enable all our citizens to also have access to high-speed data connectivity. We rolled out virtual public offices that allowed employees to work and collaborate remotely. A smart workplace solution developed by a Ghanaian was launched across departments and non-department specific functions, such as payroll, which were all digitized for over 300 public agencies. In spite of the COVID restrictions and school shutdowns too, we worked with telecoms companies, schools, and school management, and the Information Ministry to set up portals which were zero rated, meaning all these educational portals didn't attract the usage of any fee. And the Ghana Learning TV and Radio for Basic Schools, the Learning Management System for Tertiary Institutions, and iCampus, which also provided offline access to video lessons, notes, and virtual labs, were part of several other initiatives introduced for the education sector to lessen the impact of COVID. Without technology, it would have been very difficult for any country in the world and all our citizens to live fairly normal lives during the pandemic. Across the world, the health sector was the most hit when the pandemic started, but several hospitals were also pushed beyond their limits and were full to their capacities. Interestingly, Ghana was the first country to use the medical drone system to deliver test samples to testing sites across the country, and also deliver difficult medical supplies in emergencies to the health centers across the country. This drone system is an automated on-demand delivery service for medical supplies, making health service delivery accessible to all. Ghana is the second country in Africa, after Rwanda, to implement the delivery of medical supplies to remote areas through drones. There are 6 distribution centers in Ghana, Omenako, Mpanya, pardon my pronunciation, Vopsi, Seshuyoso, Ketekrachi, and Enum. Through this drone delivery system, the country has made millions of deliveries of medicines, blood, and vaccines to very remote areas and has saved many lives. Ghana has the largest medical drone delivery service in the entire world. We've also implemented a dedicated USSD code assigned to all networks to make payments and subscription renewals of our national health insurance very easy. At the click of a button on a cell phone, you can quickly check the validity of your health insurance or pay to renew your subscription. And this prevents people from trekking all the way to NHIS offices to form long queues and pay for their renewals. Ghana Cares Obatampa program. In 2020, the government launched the COVID-19 Alleviation and Revitalization of Enterprises Support Initiative, dubbed the Ghana Cares Obatampa program. This post-COVID program was specifically designed to help stabilize, revitalize, and transform our economy to create jobs and prosperity for Ghanaians over a 3-year period. Excuse me. It's in 2 phases. A stabilization phase that ran through July to the end of 2020, and a revitalization phase from 2021 to 2023. The first phase builds on the actions already taken by the government under the COVID alleviation program, including stabilization of the economy, ensuring food security, supporting businesses and workers, strengthening the health system, and passage of legislation to facilitate quick economic recovery. Your weather. The second phase will focus on supporting commercial farming and attracting educated youth into agriculture, building Ghana's light manufacturing sector, developing engineering machine tools and ICT digital economy, developing Ghana's housing and construction industry, and renewing and optimizing the implementation of government flagships and key programs, amongst others. This program, we hope, will move Ghana into the industrialization, agriculture, and manufacturing phase to help revamp the economy, create jobs, and alleviate poverty. Now, to speak a little bit about fintech. Financial technology has seen a sharp rise in Africa, especially Ghana, transforming lives, creating jobs, fostering innovation, and causing a spike in financial inclusion across the continent. In 2020, the Bank of Ghana took steps to deepen financial inclusion in accordance with the Payment Systems and Services Act, which was passed in 2019. And the bank issued its first dedicated electronic money issuer license to a local fintech company. Through this process, peer-to-peer transfers, cash in, cash out transactions, international money transfer, bill payments, airtime top-ups, amongst other transactions, are regulated by the Bank of Ghana. As I indicated yesterday, even funeral donations are now being received electronically. And the incidents in the past where funeral donations could disappear into other pockets has now been largely minimized. With the government's digitalization heightened in the heat of COVID-19, most Ghanaians resorted to mobile money, e-transactions, and other digital modes of payment to make life easy. This saw a surge in fintech companies between 2020 and 2021. And the Bank of Ghana registered over 71 fintech companies in the country. Some of them are even assisting churches to also receive donations from those of us who follow their services online remotely. So you can pay your church collections from the comfort of your home, and the work of God will not also suffer under the excuse that we are all not going to church because of lockdowns. It also provides an excellent opportunity for investors to explore and help expand the sector, because the entire continent is going digital. And that is a new area where you can put your money. I've said several times that I don't see why those of us on the continent still have to use Visa and American Express credit cards for our transactions and pay the user fees for every transaction that we use those cards for. Why can't we also develop our own local payment solution for the continent, which will enable all these huge transaction fees to stay on the continent? 2% per transaction, that's steep. Some charge up to 3.5% per transaction. So just imagine the number of times you use your credit card in or outside the continent, and where all those monies are going to. And if we can't, using our own local tech industries and fintechs, develop our own payment solutions, which will enable all these monies to stay on the continent and to be used for the development of our continent. And that's something that I keep challenging our young tech entrepreneurs to come up with the useful solutions that will enable us to do that. We've done that with mobile money. We've done it with mobile money. We can do it with credit cards as well. There's some recent inspiring developments that I want to share with you. I'm aware that priority areas in Canada's engagement with Ghana in recent times border on climate-smart agriculture, women's economic empowerment, technical and vocational education and training, and access to finance and business training for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, all geared towards inclusive economic growth. Some developments in our economic landscape provides inspiration for investors and avenues for greater cooperation amongst like-minded people. I spoke about the After Hub I launched a few weeks ago yesterday, but it is supposed to promote, enhance, and advance digital trading, electronic commerce, marketplace, and general services in Ghana to the rest of the world, both within Ghana and within Africa, and ultimately become a platform by which others in the diaspora can also engage with SMEs on the continent. We are working towards making it easier for technology startups, small and medium enterprises, and other producers of goods and services, including ICT services, to find markets across Africa. I heard a story about some young Ghanaian lady who produces baobab ice cream, the baobab fruit ice cream. And she couldn't find enough raw materials in Ghana. She had to go to Togo to source for her raw materials to continue producing. Now, if we have a one-stop shop where people can source for all the products that they need to produce, they can find their regulators, can look for and receive financing for their products, get all the regulatory assistance that they need instead of jumping from one agency to the other, and be certified to conduct business there. And so either you as the producer or someone who is a service provider can also look for opportunities on that particular one-stop shop and engage in businesses. And that is what the After Hub is designed to be, a one-stop shop for regulators, financial institutions, payment services providers, small and medium enterprises, logistics service providers to do business in Ghana to the rest of the continent and beyond. We invite organizations in Ghana to partner Ghanaian firms, some of whom already have footprints on the continent, to export their goods and services across Africa and beyond. I was encouraged that even within sectors, like we saw in the video, the AJOA hub, that they're aggregating service providers onto a single hub so that at a click of a button, you can locate whichever services that you want. We encourage all these hubs to also be located on the After Hub so that they can expand their footprint even beyond their own small circle. With the start of the Continental Free Trade Area as well, investment opportunities abound in business process outsourcing as Ghana reclaims its place as the hub for call center, data processing, data science, and various digital services for businesses all over the continent and beyond. The financial industry, which undergirds economic activity, has witnessed exciting developments and in recent times. These include, as I've indicated, the Bank of Ghana FinTech, the Payment Systems and Settlements Act, the Bank of Ghana FinTech Innovation Sandbox, the introduction of a Ghana Pay app, which is like a mobile money application for the banks, and His Excellency Resoa started when he was MD of Commercial Bank with, what's the name of your, G-Money. G-Money. It's now being rolled out across all banks in Ghana so that they can also offer similar products like what the telcos are offering to subscribers. The Bank of Ghana is also piloting an ECD project aiming to introduce an electronic CD. It is not cryptocurrency. It is backed by our CD. But let me just make a caveat here. I think that cryptocurrencies are will happen. It's only a matter of time. And it will come into widespread usage. And we shouldn't also be observers of this space as well. So I encourage us to think through how we're going to utilize all these new innovations to spur the development of our economies too. I'm saying this mindful of the fact that a few years ago, what we now commonly use, video calling and WhatsApp calling, voice over IP, was illegal. And I know because I was in the industry, and several steps were taken to clamp down on all those operators who were using voice over IP services in not just Ghana, but across the continent. Now it is the norm. In the same vein, cryptocurrencies that are now illegal may very well become the norm many years down the line. So let's just keep watching the space. That's all that I'll say for now. The Ghana.gov payment platform is also one innovation that has been introduced to make it easier for people to apply for and pay for government services electronically so that we can eliminate the Goro boys and reduce corruption in the public services sector as well. And I can say for a fact that it has increased government revenue generation several-fold and enabled people to apply for government services seamlessly, without hassle, pay for it, receive notification of receipt of their payment. The money is not leaking into anybody's private pockets. It is going where it is actually intended to be utilized for the paying for the development of our country. It's being rolled out to all, I think about 20 agencies are now started the pilot. It is now being rolled out to all MMDAs to ensure that you can apply for all those services, know exactly how much you're supposed to pay for any service provided by the public sector in advance, pay for it electronically. You don't need to know anybody. You don't need to put any weight on in any application. Once you apply on that platform, your payment is received. You will receive notification of when to pick up whatever it is you applied for. These developments, which are in tandem with the National Payment System Strategy, will foster efficient payments, improve financial inclusion, enhance financial innovation, and move the country further towards a cash-light society. You take that for granted here. Very few of you use cash for any of your transactions. You are either tapping and going or using your cards or other payment mechanisms for it. In Ghana, we are very much attached to our banknotes and like to feel the rustle of our paper money. But that is also fueling all kinds of antisocial activities. So we are trying to move people slowly towards more reliance on electronic payments as against cash payments for transactions, knowing that that will also reduce the corruption in our system. We're not just talking about fighting corruption, we're putting in place the systems that will make it more difficult for people to have unauthorized access to public funds. And that is what we're using technology for. And I can't end without talking about women's empowerment. I mean, I'm sure people would have wondered whether I was okay or not. So with regard to digital inclusion too, we are determined to narrow the gender digital divide. The women empowerment and capacity building, since my assumption of office, has been one of the key priorities that we've undertaken, with the expansion of the Girls in ICT program as one of the means of breaking the bias against females and allowing girls to explore and harness their potential in the ICT space. And I keep telling them, you are only limited by your own imagination. There is nothing you cannot do if you put your mind to it. If you are raised to think that all things technology are for boys and so it's a no-go area for girls, you will not get involved in it. But there's nothing a man can do which a woman cannot do and do even better. So we've taken the program to almost all regions in the country, and the outcomes have been astounding. Young girls as young as 9, after a week's instruction, are building their own websites and developing their own simple games and applications using the coding tools that we teach them, aspiring to be robotics engineers in future and software and other, and it's exciting. And so we're going to do more. We're looking at training some 5,000 girls in basic ICT skills and coding this year. So far, 3,000 girls from various districts in the Bono East, Ahafo, and Bono regions have benefited from the program this year. This year marks 10 years since the program was introduced in Ghana. From 2012 to date, to 2022, just about 5,000 girls had benefited from it. This year alone, we aim to double that by training 5,000 girls in 2022. We've done 3,000 so far. And in October, November, we're doing the 2,000 that's remaining. And we're going to the northern region and Savannah. And we hope that very soon, these 5,000, these 10,000 girls that have already been trained will establish their own tech startups, become tech entrepreneurs who will also employ others to expand the tech value chain. There are good investment opportunities for African diasporas in Ghana, in Canada. And we can begin by creating opportunities for those companies here, creating opportunities for these young girls to do internships and other on-hand training opportunities for them. I'm very excited about the potential that provides for us. And because of the success of this program, this is geared towards primary and junior high school girls. But our tertiary girls have also insisted that they want to be part of this training. So we've moved to women or young ladies in ICT from the girls in ICT, and we're training young ladies in our tertiary institutions on cutting-edge artificial intelligence, machine learning, coding, cybersecurity, and other innovative initiatives as well. There are a lot of opportunities as I bring my intervention to a close. We want to develop ICT with the youth as our pivot. We believe, as I indicated yesterday, that if we give our young people the critical skills that they need today to engage with the fourth industrial revolution, they will provide the human resources for the global world of work in the next 10, 20 to 30 years, because the demographics are on our side. Africa has a youthful population while the rest of the world is aging, and they would need people to man the digital systems that they're putting in place here in Canada and other parts of the world. What better things can we do than to give them the skills that they need today to be able to sit in Ghana and work globally using the technological tools at our disposal today? It is doable, and that's what we're focused on doing. So there's a lot of opportunity for upskilling our young people, providing them with digital skills, giving them the know-how, helping them to establish startups and other small micro tech entrepreneurship ventures. And that's where you all who are interested in this area come in. We have trained several young professionals with marketable skills in ICT. The government is setting up science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education-focused schools in all the regions. They're fantastic edifices, and I've seen some of those coming up in the Ahafo, Goso area and in Bosomtwe area. And in all the regions, we're setting one of these STEM education-focused schools, we're setting them up in. Some of them are for girls alone, with high-tech, introduction to high-tech ways of learning, and they're very excited about it. We're also taking advantage of that to train our young ones in these areas and whip up their interest in STEM and ICT as they grow up. We're also taking advantage of our status as an English-speaking country to attract business processing orders and outsourcing back office jobs from the US, Canada, and the rest of Europe. We currently have a large number of trained ICT professionals taking on several remote jobs from other parts of the world in the comfort of their homes and doing marvelously because they have the requisite training for the international job market. And this is an area that all of us should be looking at investing in to boost the human capital development and transform most of these young professionals into entrepreneurs in the ICT space and deal with the problem of youth unemployment in our country as well. I can guarantee you that this will steadily double or triple your investments and open other doors for you. There are other specific investment opportunities, such as partnership with local specialized institutions, such as the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT, in the areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other emerging technologies for capacity building in the knowledge economy, establishment of data centers and cloud computing opportunities. We're working with Smart Africa Initiative to set up a federated cloud system on the continent so that we can host our data locally and ensure that it is well protected and managed, and only the right people have access to our data. Data protection is something that we take very, very seriously, and Ghana is currently chairing the African Data Protection Organization and sharing our experiences with others who don't have data protection laws and cybersecurity infrastructure as well. We want joint ventures or other arrangements with Ghanaian fintech companies, as was demonstrated here yesterday, to serve largely underdeveloped sectors on the continent. I've spoken about business process outsourcing. That's an opportunity. Supply of high-tech telecommunications equipment is also an opportunity. People complain that we're only doing business with Chinese firms, but they are the ones who are offering us the easy financing options to enable us to roll out our telecoms infrastructure. Canadian firms, there's an opportunity there for you as well. So come and let's talk, and let's not just leave it to the Huaweis and the ZTEs, who currently seem to have a lock on our telecoms equipment supply market. Technology parks, mini technology hubs is also an area where there are a lot of opportunities available for investment. We want to expand beyond Accra and build digital centers across the rest of the country. We have innovation hubs that we are renovating to become mini tech hubs and mobile labs across the country to train more young people and provide them with digital skills. Back office operations for financial institutions are also an opportunity waiting for us to also get involved in. The key digital governance infrastructure and last mile connectivity to improve access and drive down cost is also available for those who are interested to engage in. I would love for us to expand the assembling and manufacturing and supply of computers, mobile phones, and other accessories locally, and it is doable. So if you have partners who are in that sector, please come. I'm sure Free Zones will happily provide you with. They talked about technology parks that are being established all over. We'll happily provide you with the land to set up a device assembly plant to supply for our local consumption and for the rest of the sub-region. Now let me end by saying that Ghana is the second most visited country on the African continent for African diasporans in Canada. That's what I've been told. This means there's several investment opportunities in Ghana for the African diaspora, and as it stands, we have just scratched the surface. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, no one will build our country for us than ourselves. They will come. That is why this diaspora engagement is so absolutely critical. You have family back home. You still identify as Ghanaians, no matter how long you've stayed outside. It's still in your blood. Let's build our country together. Let's put our skin in the game. Let's own the development of our own country. Let's work with partners. I'm not saying we don't need them. I said that yesterday. Let's find willing partners. But whereas experts would repatriate whatever profits they make, you will keep some in your country, and your children and children's children and your families will benefit from it. It's incumbent on all of us to know that we are all in this together. If Ghana works, I'm sure many of you would quite happily join Alex Dade and all of us and Lawrence to come back home to work. And the systems that are in place here that you're enjoying, we're trying to build those same systems in Ghana to make it comfortable for all of us to work seamlessly and comfortably and conveniently together. Your country needs your help. I want to just encourage you and let you know that don't believe everything that you read on social media. Our country is not burning. We're there. Yes, we have challenges like everyone else, but life is going on at pace. You have challenges here too. The cost of everything has gone up. We are not throwing up your arms in despair and saying that let's shut the country down and walk off. You're still persevering. We have a favorable investment climate. which provides an enabling environment that is suitable for investment in ICT and various other sectors, as have already been enumerated to you. And while some Ghanaians are knocking, I think we're a very pessimistic people because we always focus on the negatives without looking at the positives. All flights to Ghana are always full. Half of the people on those flights are foreigners. Ask yourself, if we didn't have anything in our country, what were they coming there to do? So please, baby, let's realize that we are all in this together. And so come and invest in the land of golden opportunities, which is your Ghana, and the time is now. We welcome you. Akwaba.
Please continue clapping for her. Thank you for this wonderful keynote address. And thank you, everybody, for your patience. Thank you to everybody that's been here. I just want to address one gentleman, one young Ghanaian CEO that flew all the way from Alberta. He's actually doing everything that Madam Ursula spoke about. His company is called KTS Solutions. Mr. Prince Benson, can you wave to the crowd so they know who you are? He just got into town. So make sure you connect with her, brother. Everybody that's here, it's time for our coffee break, and we're going to take a break. And when we come back, there's a panel discussion, definitely about diaspora experience. We have some amazing business professionals that are going to be up here. Make sure you have your questions ready. And before we leave, I want to remind you to please keep your questions short and sweet, straight to the point, and we will make sure that everybody, as many people's questions are answered. But in the meantime, we have a 30-minute break. Get to interact with somebody, get to network. Thank you for being here for the Ghanaian Canadian Diaspora Investment Summit.
I think it's emotional for everybody. Every African American should experience it for their own soul. It's for your soul. You know, your soul is here. And so it's nothing but greatness being here. I mean, you know, this is home. It's when we get here, the first time I came here, I couldn't stop crying because I had come to a place called home, which I had never been. And I felt robbed. And so I'm good now. Now, you know, we're doing some business over here. We're going to create some opportunity over here. We're going to change the thought process, you know, and this is going to help shape and especially bridge the gap between African Americans and Africans, because that's what you have to do. You know, we all know what America is. You know, we've done some wonderful things. They accomplished a great deal, but you don't know what it is. You got to go home, though.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm a human being in Africa, but a black man in America. African in England.
There's one thing that no country can ever claim in this world, except Ghana. We are right plumb in the center of the world. Ghana is the only country that is on longitude 0, closest to latitude 0. No other country can claim that. So even as a logistics hub, we are uniquely positioned. We are equidistant from everywhere else, but we are uniquely positioned to draw everybody into this small country of ours for Ghana. That is why it's very important that the year of return is being celebrated in Ghana today, because we claim that spot and we will lead Africa into the promised land, as we say. Because of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which brings all of us, all 55 countries in Africa, into one big market. Entering into Ghana gives you an African opportunity. That is a market just waiting to happen.
Last 400 years has been fabulous. We've been
working as slaves, living ravenous. But to overdo your stay can be hazardous. Now what time to go home, thanks for
It is no coincidence that this is the year of return for you, that you have declared. But we have come to declare too that we want to close the circle and we want to build the Atlantic Bridge. And we too are your offspring, your family, and that we too believe that we can work to build a stronger global civilization with the contribution of the people of Africa.
As we draw the curtains on this bold initiative, we should now look beyond the return and build on the dividends chalked. The time has come to engage Africans in the diaspora and all persons of African descent more positively in areas such as trade and investment cooperation and skills and knowledge development. The Ghana Tourism Authority, the implementing agency under Ghana's Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, will be in the forefront of bringing all stakeholders together in what will be a focused drive at the empowerment of Black people using Ghana as the hub.
Located at the center of the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019 and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies, a stable political environment, and strong economic fundamentals. The government of Ghana is confident and optimistic about the positive results in its investment drive through the GIPC. We invite you to share in Ghana's optimism, be part of the incredible opportunities we offer, and be open to the idea to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
American Rejuvenation Clinic is a male's clinic specifically for preventative medicine. We focus on anti-aging and also general men's health care. When it comes to anti-aging, we do offer hormonal replacement therapy. That is our specialty here. So that encompasses low testosterone or any estrogen or hormonal imbalances. And those also we treat secondary disorders, diabetes, any just generalized medical. We do not do surgeries or any type of inpatient treatments. This is an outpatient facility. American Rejuvenation, we're at our incubation period now. We had just started, we opened our doors up to the public in February of 2021. So now we're growing and we're trying to get the word out to everyone.
So far we've seen about, let's say, 500 patients, and our attendance and the response to the clinic has been phenomenal.
So coming here, part of the year return, it really opened my eyes to see the possibilities in healthcare here in Ghana. And my dream has always been to open a facility in Ghana regarding health. Not necessarily men's health, but I've seen that there was a niche for the men's healthcare market. First time coming to Ghana was purely for tourism, and that was about 5 years ago. The year of return in particular, when it came to me and a few of our directors, it really sparked a light underneath us. We've seen a lot of businesses, a lot of energy here in Ghana, and it really inspired us to get started here as a company. The mortality rate in Ghana right now currently is suffering. The men are living shorter periods of life, and this is compared also to their counterparts. Women are living longer lifespans, so we decided to focus in on men's health care. And also, as far as hormonal replacement therapy, we are bringing those expertise from the United States, which is not something that's been well publicized here in Ghana.
We have male hormonal problems, especially testosterone levels dropping. We have stuff like prostate enlarging as men age and get to the age of 40 and above. People even have erectile dysfunction. We try to solve that. Male reproduction and other general conditions.
We started off with a small team of maybe about 8 individuals. Now that's grown up to 20 plus employees, and we plan on scaling up even more. We would love to be able to franchise and start to expand and employ more people. We thought it was very important to hire Ghanaian staff and not export people from the United States to come and fill jobs that we know Ghanaians are qualified to do.
The clinic has embarked on several outreach programs, including the visit to the Islegon Executive Fitness Club, the Achimota Fitness Club, and then there's one fitness club. We're able to pick patients with problems just following up, and they've been very satisfied with most of the advice and the treatment that we've offered them so far.
I originated out of Columbus, Ohio in the United States. I am a diasporan now. I hope to stay in Ghana long-term period. Ghana is night and day from the U.S. I really feel the energy here, and this is where I want to call my home. The energy that I felt from Ghana was different from any other West African country that I've been to. I felt more welcome here. The people felt a lot more friendly, and I've seen even just from business connections, things seem to move a lot smoother here. I'm not going to make up things and say that everything is smooth, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives. As far as competition, there's a lot of room for someone to come in and start a new business or an idea that has not yet surfaced. Have somebody with a business mind. This is an opportunity to fix the problems with businesses to put in place to fix those issues. This is to all the diaspora community all across the world. Ghana is the place for business growth. It's the place to bring your new business here. I'm calling everyone to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
So iMensa Park is a collaboration between two companies, a US-based firm and our firm Mercury Estates. We partnered to deliver 200 townhouses, and you can see the units behind me. It's pretty unique for this part of the world to build a community-scale townhouse development. This type of collaboration allows us to put in common areas like a park in the middle of the development. We're looking at community-scale water delivery, which is unique in Ghana. There's security features as well. So you've got a gated community with manned 24-hour security. And there's a quality standard that we've been able to achieve with iMensa that's been world-class. We've got 200 units, or townhouses, mostly. So you've got 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and we also have a few flats as well, 1-bedroom with studies. And it's a mix. We've got folks that have come back from the diaspora that have bought units here. Some are buying to let. We've got investors who are renting in the development. And then we've got a young professional, young family contingent who are really enjoying the amenities, the swimming pool, the basketball courts, the clubhouse. For me, I kind of sit between the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, having been born abroad. But when I first stepped foot in Ghana, I was blown away with the potential and also the opportunity. As someone who's lived as a Black American, as a minority in a different country, the idea of being able to participate in the Ghanaian story, where it's not just a question of representation, but actual transformation. That there's an opportunity here as a business person to do something that's extraordinarily meaningful. This is a $30 million development. You can imagine the amount of employment that was created. By increasing the level of the standard, we're also upskilling the workforce. You know, that there are guys that are coming home to their families very proud to have been part of a development like this. And it's changed their attitude toward work. It's changed the standard in the country. And I think also it's the kind of thing that attracts a certain caliber of people to the country who can also make an impact and a difference. I'm actually really excited about affordable housing as well. So I think it's not just about catering to the upper middle class. It's also, I mean, the entire value chain in the housing industry in Ghana requires investment and talent, both locally and abroad. I've been back here full time for 17 years. We started this development about 6 years ago, and we've just wrapped up the construction. We've finished sales towards the beginning of this year as well. So it's been quite a journey. Our focus has been on land. Land can be a tricky issue in Ghana in terms of acquiring land and making sure you've got clean title. But once you're able to do that, it becomes very attractive to different types of investors. people who just are not looking for the headache that's often associated with land tenure, that if they feel they can come to you and they trust that you're able to deliver what you say you can. So from kind of at the macro level, I think we've been able to set a new standard for real estate in the country. And that has a knock-on effect across the industry. That oftentimes the kind of quality that we're able to deliver for a $150,000 price point, people typically in Accra, we're seeing this quality standard at a $500,000 price point. So it's really gratifying to be able to deliver a quality product at a better price and also increasing the densities. You know, in terms of impact, from a land use perspective, there's not an infinite amount of land in Ghana. So if you can get people to find properties that are more appealing, but are more efficient with the land use, that's a win for the environment. That's a win for society because you actually are inspiring a different type of community interaction. That it's not just folks with big houses behind gates, but you've got folks that are living a little bit closer together and really developing a sense of community. I think there's something unique that the diaspora can bring to the table, particularly in Ghanaian diasporans coming back and reaching out to the larger historical diaspora. That there's a huge amount of interest in Ghana, particularly on the back of the Year of the Return story. I would say the most compelling reason to invest in Ghana is the quality of the people. There's an extraordinary spirit in Ghana. There are extraordinarily capable folks, and there's a culture that embraces entrepreneurship. Ghana is the kind of place that rewards and long-term investment. So as someone who's benefited from collaboration here in Ghana, I urge the entire diaspora community, both the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Golden Coast Developers is an international and national-based real estate development firm with multi-sector involvement in technology and procurement. I would say we're predominantly a new entrant into the market, but in terms of the growth prospects, we're doing medium-scale projects throughout Ghana currently. I was predominantly in America for about 12 years, working on Wall Street. I was at the top of, I'd say, the financial sector when it came to my work arrangements. But what really called me about the African story was I wanted to be a part of the new growth prospects. I wanted to be a part of the ground build out for all things that were going forward in Ghana and Africa at large. So I decided to come back in 2017, and initially we kicked off our real estate portfolio, but we've gotten ourselves into a few other things as well. And there's nothing more real than real estate, so that was what drove me to step in the arena. We really came in looking to do the home automation, the smart features, and that was something that was not traditional. We've infused technology in our overall platform. So our goal was to ensure that when you live in a house, you have more than just the walls around you. You can experience the home, you have sensory, you come home, the mood is set. All of those characteristics are very acclimated to the new modern way of thinking. We're not only doing residential, we're not only looking at luxury, we're branching out into overall redevelopment schemes. We're talking about markets. We're looking to build out large-scale shopping complexes that would really give broader opportunities to people in Ghana and then Africa at large over time. In our portfolio, we have direct staff, about 35, and hundreds of people working for us on our various site projects currently. And I think it's very important that you create these opportunities and you manifest your dreams, your life in other people's goals as well. All of our previous investors, buyers have been very, very happy with the output that we've been putting out there. And I've seen over a very short period of time, the 3 to 4 years we've been in operation, constant engagement with the folks that we're currently affiliated with. And our project portfolio has grown because of this. For the GIPC registration and the overall involvement with GIPC. It's really just getting us woven into the fiber of the business community and looking at it as a framework to leverage not just incentives and different initiatives that come down the pipe, but also to be knit into the family and the network, as well as the databases that GIPC has. It's a wealth of information. And all of that, the key to operating in Ghana and Africa at large is being able to access information. I would say the best decision that diasporans can make is to really follow their calling. And if something has woken them up to the opportunities that exist in Ghana, on the continent, they should really look at it, plan it out, sequence it, but definitely engage themselves in that. There's nothing that I think would drive me to go back and work in the corporate structure and look at how the world is positioned today, when I can actually build that for myself in Africa. And Ghana itself has given a wealth of opportunity to set up businesses, to register and have people associated with you that are as driven as you are. And I think everything a diasporan will be looking for creature conveniences, over time will be here. So why don't you come and be a solution rather than looking at the problems that don't exist or do exist? Being a diasporan myself and having been in Ghana for only a number of years, it's the best decision that I ever made for myself. I'll never look back and say I didn't take a risk, but that risk has paid off, and I'm very, very happy about that. Alexa, turn on lights.
Okay.
Alexa, turn on TV.
Okay.
Alexa, open the blinds.
Okay.
Golden Coast Developers is an example of a business thriving in Ghana. It hasn't been easy, but we've really found our footing, and we're doing this for ourselves. So I call on all diasporans to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Kwa is a women's and children's brand for women, clothing, jewelry, handbags, and for children, clothing and plush toys. Kwa is my mom's name. It's an Nzima name. And the KUA stands for Keeping Us Authentic. I left Ghana at the age of 17. I wasn't even 16. I was an exchange student. And I came back for a month or two, packed up, moved, and went to college there. It was when I was working at Coca-Cola in Atlanta as a financial analyst that I took one random class in bead making or jewelry making, stringing class. And in that class, I just fell in love. I was like, what? This is really it. And over the years, I made more jewelry. I sold on the side at different art shows and craft shows. And eventually, I packed up, moved to New York, and enrolled in the Fashion Institute of Technology. And I guess you can say I put my financial analysis background behind me and went straight into fashion. In all, I was in the US for 16, 17 years. And then I did the slow transition. But mostly I tell people, if you ask me full-time being in Ghana, I would say about 5, 6 years. When I decided to do fashion school, I thought it wise to have the production be in Ghana. After all, my brand was going to be African inspired. It feels good to know that I'm part of the narrative that's changing how people feel about Ghana and made in Ghana products. So I have a very young team, and just interacting with them, giving them feedback, letting them know that they should believe in themselves and they can do more, all that really feels good. We're currently under 20 employees. We have part-time employees as well, so that's where we are now. Whenever people come into the shop, they say things like, are you sure this is made in Ghana? Indirectly, they are telling me that they don't trust things that are made in Ghana, or they are not used to quality things coming out of Ghana. So I tell them that, yes, this is made in Ghana, and the conversation starts and they talk about how proud they are. Even the leather we use, we source in Ghana. The African prints we source in Ghana. I have my regular Makola women who will send me pictures and say, Madam, we have these new prints, and will you come check it out? So we've kind of formed a good bond, knowing that I always go back to them to get these raw materials. We have a lot of diaspora clientele, a lot of international customers, because I did start in the US anyway. And lately, with the influx of people coming to visit Ghana, it's been great. Most people tell me when they make their list of places to go to in Ghana, Kwa is on their list. They have to come to Kwa, they have to purchase from Kwa, and that's amazing. When you come to Kwa and shop, we offer you something to drink, water, wine, juice, and we make sure that the experience is wonderful for everyone who walks in here. We found out that 70% of our products people get for gifting, because they know they can be proud to say this was
Ladies and
Ghana,
gentlemen,
and we're gifting you a piece
the
of
coffee
Ghana.
break is now over. Could we please get all participants to come inside so that we can continue the program? Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way from the hallway back inside. Thank you. Our coffee break is now over. Please have a seat and let's continue the program. We're running behind time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Could we please get everybody to make their way back inside? Please tap somebody's shoulder and tell them to come back inside. It's time. You can bring your coffee and your goodies back inside. Thank you very much. Please make your way back inside. It's time for the second session of this program. Thank you to everybody that's here. Please make your way back. I know the networking outside is wonderful, but please come on inside. Let's start and finalize everything. A big shout out to Toronto's very own Slim Flex in the house. Thank you, everybody that's here. Please make your way back inside. Please kindly make your way back inside so we can continue this program and finalize the day. Thank you so, so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back inside. Please make your way back inside. It's time for the second session. Thank you, everybody that's here. Please, please come have a seat so we can continue this occasion. Please, we need everybody to make your way back inside. Please make your way back inside. Please make your way back inside. We have to continue this. Gentlemen, could we please make our way back inside? Please make your way back inside. Please make your way inside. Please make your way back inside. I know the networking is amazing. Please make your way inside for the second session. Thank you, sir. Please make your way back inside. Please, we need you guys back inside. My apologies. Please, we need you back inside. Thank you very much. Please make your way back inside, guys. Please, please, please. Thank you very much. Please, we need you guys back inside. We are going to the second session. Please make your way back inside. Please, we need you all back inside. Thank you very much. We need you inside. Thank you. Guys, please make your way back inside. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, please make your way back inside. We're about to start the second session. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody. Check, 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Could I get somebody to please close that door, because there's still people networking and it's kind of getting noisy in here. Please, if you're inside, kindly keep your conversations down, because the program is starting again. We appreciate every one of you that's here, getting to know others, networking. If you are taking a picture and you're posting, please do tag GIPC Ghana. Make sure you do tag GIPC Ghana on your pictures when you post, because the more people that do know about this program, the larger and the more opportunities open up for Ghana's investment opportunities that's there for me and you and the greater community at large. Thank you so much for all the wonderful work that GIPC is doing. But right now, it's time for us to move into the second session. And I'm going to call on a wonderful young lady, Mame Dehir. She's here. She is a public health professional with 9 years academic and professional expertise in healthcare. Mame serves as a policy analyst with the federal government of Canada in Public Health Agency. And she is also the founder of an organization called Power of Love Foundation Canada, and will be speaking to us about leveraging investment opportunities through nonprofit organizations in Canada and Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mame.
Okay, awesome. 2, okay, perfect. All right. Okay, awesome. Hello, renowned dignitaries, notable investors, community leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mame Dehir, and I currently serve as a policy analyst with the federal government of Canada under the Mental Health of Black Canadians initiative, where we contribute to building evidence and contributing to community-led, culturally focused mental health interventions that support and help Black communities here in Canada. But the most important thing I want you to remember today is that you do not need to use your own money to make social impact. And I'll repeat that again. You do not need to use your own money to make social impact. Let's begin. So I'm sure that on my PowerPoint slide, many of you saw the F word. And trust me, it's not what you're thinking. It's not what you're thinking, and we're gonna get there. I would just like to make a disclaimer. Although I do work for the federal government, I do not stand here as a representative of the federal government. I stand here as a proud Ghanaian who is dedicated to supporting the members of my community by sharing pertinent information that will help us to foster overall well-being. So please do not see me as a civil servant. I'm just a simple, proud Ghanaian. So let's begin in this. I am also, as mentioned, the founder of a not-for-profit organization called the Power of Love Foundation Canada. And ideally what we do is we seek to improve the health, we seek to improve the overall well-being of Black women and girls in Canada by providing them with the skills, the technical know-how, and the knowledge on how to enter the labor market, as well as create sustainable career pathways. Now today, my presentation, as dubbed the F word, which I did say that is not what you're thinking, would delve into how we can have access to resources, access to funding. So the F word is actually funding. How we can access money, especially when it comes to not-for-profit organizations. I know many of us are thinking in terms of business, we're thinking in terms of traditional investment, but I want to draw your mind to something else. Another aspect within not-for-profit that could also help us to leverage and create a social impact, both here in Canada and in Ghana as well. Okay, so I did mention this, that you do not need to use your own money to make social impact, and I will elaborate on this further during my discussion. Now, one thing I want to emphasize on is that there is a lot of money in the system. I know many of us will say things are hard and so on, but coming from the government space, there is a lot of money in the system. The only issue is that we do not know how to access it. Now, statistics shows that in February 2020, since the pandemic, the Canadian government released over $2 billion, not million, $1 billion to NGOs and charity organizations. How many of us here can raise our hands that we actually have organizations that had access to this? A few out of the almost 100 people here. I'm actually proud to say that our department funded the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, so just know that I got you guys. We need people inside to speak on behalf of our people as well, so I'm very proud of that institution too. Now, I'm going to be touching on a few things that I just want us to draw our mind to. One thing I love about NGO investments is that they focus on two things: self-investment and community investment. When you come to NGO, the first thing they tell you is pay yourself first, then pay the community. Some of us come, we have businesses, and sometimes when you start a business, you're quite confused. Am I going to actually achieve a profit, or am I going to lose? But when it comes to not-for-profit, they encourage you to make a budget where a budget line says, I am the founder, I am a staff member, I'll cater to myself as well as the community, and this is very important. So not only are you creating or fostering a well-being for yourself, you're also contributing to the social good. Now, I know many of you are like, okay, get straight to the point. How do I get the money? So I coined an acronym called FREE, F-R-E-E, and I'm going to elaborate on what each one of them means. And this is honestly the easiest way. If you have an organization interested in NGO, this is the easiest way to access funding. Number one, find a niche. Many of us have so many ideas. We want to do a lot of things. Find a niche. Right now, the easiest way to find a niche is connecting it to COVID, because most funding want to see how now we're in post-COVID recovery, how can that money lessen the issues that are in our community? I can give so many examples, and please feel free to write these ideas down. Number one, Black men mental health. When you come to Canada and even globally, there's a lack of resources for Black men when it comes to mental health. Mainly, we focus on the Black women, and the Black men in here can tell you that they also have mental health issues, but where are the resources? So your organization can actually have a project that targets Black men mental health. We can also look at gender-based violence. Statistics will tell you that during the pandemic, gender-based violence or domestic violence increased exponentially. So now organizations are seeking to fund, fund institutions that are focused on helping and supporting and mitigating gender-based violence issues. And I know that there were other things that was mentioned by our ministers. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah mentioned about real estate in Ghana. So you can also look at affordable housing. Anytime you listen to Ford, you listen to the Prime Minister, they're always hitting the nail on affordable housing. How we can create affordable housing in Ghana for people of low income. Now the R is research. In not-for-profit, you have to do your research. Funders love statistics. What is evidence-based literature saying? What is this showing? What is the trend saying? Is it saying that more Black men or 95% of Black men are lacking resources? When you state this in your proposal, they know that you're not just an individual that just wants your money, but you have evidence-based literature to back it up. Engage, and I'm so happy to see many of us here. Please connect. Most of the reasons why my organization has been able to have funding is because I spoke to someone and they said, have you heard that this organization is providing funding? This is the place to network and engage with people that have access to information. The last one is E, employ. Funders do not want to see that you're doing things on your own. They want to see collaborations, partnerships. So form a team. I know sometimes as Black and Ghanaians, we like to keep things to ourselves and think that individual is the way to go. But when you come into not-for-profit, you're mainly team-based. Share your idea with someone that you trust. build a team. So now when you're able to amalgamate finding a niche, doing research, engaging and employing and forming a team, and you propose your idea to any funder, they look at that and they qualify you or make you eligible for funding. Now, I'm sure many of you are also asking, so where do I get the money? Now, you've told me how to get it. Where do I get it? Now, there's so many places that you can have access to funding, but I chose 3. The first one is obviously the government of Canada. A lot. I mentioned over $2 billion, and there's still money that you're putting out for funding. Let me share something with you. Being someone that works within the government, when we actually put money out and no one comes for it, we keep it. Because the assumption is that no one needs it. But the truth is we actually do need the money. So I would like to encourage you to go on the Government of Canada website. There's actually a tab that says grants and contributions. That is where all the grants are. And it's free money. You don't need to pay back, guys. It's free. They're just giving you the money and telling you, do the project, show me receipts that you've done the project, that's it. So we need to really tap into this as a community. The second one is Ontario Trillium Foundation. And they fund different demographics. They fund youth, families, seniors. If you, let's say, for example, I could give an example of seniors. You're a group of seniors and you realize that during the pandemic, there was loneliness experience. Come up with a project. You can call your program managers. They will help you on how to write a proposal. There is help out there, so it's very important that we tap into it. And then lastly, Grand Challenges Canada. Grand Challenges Canada is one of my favorite because they actually give you money to do work in underdeveloped countries. So some of these organizations would say, we're giving you $1 million, but you can only do the work in Canada. But Grand Challenges, for example, would tell you that we're giving you some amount or funding. You can go to Ghana and go do the work there. We actually want you to do it in Ghana. Grand Challenges actually has a grant ongoing right now. The deadline is December 31st, 2022. They're giving out $250,000 to $400,000 for a project. Please do the research and tap into it. So I just wanted to put a picture of an example of what my organization has been able to do in less than 2 years of being funded, and how we've been able to support Black women in Canada. Majority of these girls were very lost, unsure of where they wanted to go, and after our program, 2 out of the 15 girls actually got great jobs. One works with the government right now. One is in the UK studying law. So we are actually making impact within the community. And I believe that every single one of you can do that too. So I'd like to conclude by saying I touched on 4 key points on how you can have access to money to leverage that between Ghana and Canada as well. The first one is find a niche. Secondly, do your research. 3, engage. And E, employ. Don't do it alone, do it with a team. Thank you very much. My name is Mamadi here.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a round of applause again. Now, I like hearing free money. I'm sure most of you, I saw people who were not paying attention, but as soon as they got to the free money part, I see people spend $250,000. Sounds good. I empower the government of Ghana to also empower young generations by advocating to look for funding for young entrepreneurs in Ghana as well, to get access to funding to make impact in Ghana and across the globe as well. And to other businessmen that are here, that you have, support local nonprofits as well. Donate, donate, donate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the time where these wonderful panelists are going to have an opportunity to give us a diaspora experience, what they're doing to make an impact in our global community, and how successful they've been. And you have an opportunity to ask questions. Once again, please do keep your questions very short. 1 minute, you will have to ask your question. After 1 minute, we'll come and take the mic away from you. In all due respect, please, panelists, also answer the questions as quickly as possible as we're running behind time. And without no further ado, I would like to call on your your moderator for this panelist. He goes by the name Ebenezer Oten, better known as MC E-Bone. He's one of the most popular MCs in the whole of Canada. He's done interviews with Obama. He's MC'd most of the biggest parties and also most conferences, some of the biggest events in the entire nation and also across the world. His bio is very long and extensive, so I'm just going to give him a chance to come on up. Please give a round of applause for MC Ebone.
Thank you, MC Afro, and to your excellencies and high commissioners and everybody who made this possible to be here. We want to thank you. First, I want everyone to just give yourselves a round of applause. And before I get seated, actually I'll get seated now, I want everyone to repeat after me. I'm at the right place at the right time. I'm at the right place. Let's say it with some vim. I'm at the right place at the right time. I'm at the right place at the right time. And the time is now. As you guys know, you could be anywhere in the world. We've had people traveled from far to be here, and you made it your due diligence to be here to gain some information. And I can see by the way everyone's acknowledging, like Afro said, everyone's writing down, this information is needed, and these conferences that are happening is very, very important for us to grow. Especially like me, I was born in Canada, my parents came from Ghana, and I've, like he said, Barack Obama, like I've been able to do a lot of stuff with the mayors and the prime ministers here in Canada. But being here right now, I see how important it is that we come together as a community. We all need each other. Everybody here has a purpose. We are all going through trials and tribulations of our own. We don't know what anybody is going through, but at the end of the day, as long as we have the opportunity to be alive, to be here, to move, to walk, to be able to do what we do, get up and work, feed our families, get a job, when we have the ability to do what it is, the necessary things to be able to make change and make great things happen for us in Canada and us back home in Ghana. So one more time, give yourselves a round of applause. Now, over here you can see we have our three panelists. So at this time, I'm going to give each and every one of them time to say their name and also explain what they do. Then we'll get into our conversations. Mame, you just went up stage. I know you gave everybody, so I'll pass it over to Priscilla. I'll make her introduce herself, then to Timothy, and then to Jules.
Hi everyone, my name is Ya Birago, also known as Priscilla. I'm a tech entrepreneur as well as a manufacturer in Ghana. We make eco-friendly bags in Ghana, so yeah.
Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Timothy Ardeakwa. I am an engineering professional and a project manager. I live here in Toronto. I'm into the construction industry, and hopefully I can bring my experience to bear on this panel. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Julius Osom. Jules is what everybody calls me. I'm a serial entrepreneur from Ghana. Wear many hats here in Canada. I'm the president of African Music Week, which is a platform that is using music to make an impact globally, so trying to bridge the gap between Africans in the motherland and Africans in the diaspora. I also run a clothing brand that is called AIM, Clothing by AIM, Africa in Me, using that to also push Africa globally here as well. And I do consulting for local businesses and marketing, and glad to be here.
Thank you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. So our conversation today is going to be about the diaspora experience. And it's funny because as I was talking during the lunch break, you know, me and a colleague were speaking, and it's so crazy to see how, like, for instance, when I was growing up, when we would talk about Ghana and things, it was like a punishment. You know, our parents would kind of scare us to be like, okay, if you're going to Ghana, it's for a bad reason. You're going to go there if you're misbehaving. So we were like, to us, Ghana was like, I'm in Pacifico. I don't want to go there. I don't want to be around family. But things have changed. I was able to go to Ghana for the first time in 2017. And I remember going to my parents' village and going back home to where they grew up, where they stayed, seeing where my grandma's house was. And I was like, it shocked me to see that this is where my parents are coming from, and this is the opportunity that they brought to us. I didn't realize how blessed it was until I landed. I was confused. I was like, this is not the Ghana that they were telling me about. This is not the Ghana that they were trying to, it was just a punishment. Like, you misbehave, you're going there. So I want to start with my first question, which is, what has it been like being a Canadian, a Ghanaian Canadian, being here to express what you love to do and to be able to walk in your path. Because it's not easy. When we're here, you know, when I remember when I told my parents I was going to start emceeing, that was not the profession that they expected or wanted for me. But I remember when I gave them the call that I'll be hosting Barack Obama, my dad, my mom was there, suited and booted, but it took overtime. It took a very long time, but it's not easy for us here because it's what we know, what they've told us, especially if you haven't been there. So I want to start that question off first.
I would say my experience here being a Ghanaian Canadian has been unique because I have an amalgamation of both Ghana and Canada. So I did come here when I was 13. I came here with very short hair, thick Ghanaian accent. I was bullied a lot because they were like, who's this girl fresh off the boat talking in a Ghanaian accent? But I really learned a lot because it made me dig deeper into that culture shock, that experience. It made me strive for more. I think I was very in touch with the privilege that I had as a Black woman in Ghana and coming here mixed with different races. So I would say it was a great learning opportunity for me. I would just give the opportunity to most of my other panelists to also talk further.
Thank you very much. So my experience as a Ghanaian Canadian actually has been quite good. Similarly with what she was saying, growing up in Canada, there was a lot of bullying in school and, you know, calling people African booty scratchers, sorry to say. But of course, my parents always wanted me to go into medicine, but that's not where my passion was. My passion was in tech. So I've been in tech for the past 12 years, consulting for different companies. I'm currently consulting for Bet99 as a project technical manager, while I'm also, you know, having my factory in Ghana and also running my tech business as well. Of course, the opportunity in Canada has allowed me to, of course, see that, you know what, this is what I can do. So when I went to Ghana in 2013, I actually had a non-profit organization that I was running, and I saw a lot of plastic bags, And that was something that really bothered me a lot. So when I came back and I'm like, I need to do something about this, essentially I started my, you know, manufacturing company in Ghana in 2016. Didn't go so well. I went back to Ghana last year. I moved to Ghana and restarted it again. And I think my experience over here has really helped me to develop the business to where it is right now. We've been able to grow over 1,000% since January, and we continue to grow because the green consumerism is actually picking up a lot in Ghana. And not having a manufacturing company currently in Ghana that actually makes tote bags and packaging straight from Ghana, sourced in Ghana, not imported, is not something that you can actually find. So being in Canada definitely you know, helped me to see that opportunity, and I was able to, of course, hold on to that.
I think for me personally, I kind of have the best of both worlds. It's been 20 years since I moved to North America. So I grew up in Ghana, had my high school education, and then moved here for college. Moving here, I think it was more of an opportunity to grow yourself, to see what the world is about, expand your horizons, and to just see what's out there outside the confines of Ghana. So I moved here very confident of, you know, who I was and proud of Ghana. And I think that's what also was a good insight to my colleagues in university, college, things like that, right? Like, who's this confident young person? And I kind of agree with the sentiment you had at that time. Africa wasn't really viewed in a positive light, right? Everything Black or African was seen as negative, but for most of us in colleges in North America, just being part of, say, for example, an African Students Association and having events on campus to showcase Ghanaian culture, African culture, that kind of made people see that, oh, there's something beyond the images we see on TV or on the news. So that was one aspect. And then for me, just pursuing my dream of being an engineer, right, working here in North America, and then being able to go back home for a year, work at Kotoka International Airport, that was like awesome. So anytime I land on the tarmac, I'm like, I worked here. I know some of the work that's going on here. So it's been a mixed, kind of like a combination of both worlds. But it's also been good to kind of live in a foreign country, see the opportunities that are available to us as young people in this 21st century. Some of the things that are capable in these environments that we can harness, develop ourselves, and then like the focus of this summit is to take back home, right? What are some of the things we're seeing here that can be easily duplicated back home? And I'm always thinking, how can we replicate this back home? So anyway, not to speak for too long, it will come on as the discussions go along. I'll hand over to you.
So I moved to Canada in 2003, 23 years old, and from day one, leaving Ghana to come to Canada, I was a Pan-Africanist, you know, wondering and looking for opportunities, how I can actually lift high the flag of Africa, and then also being from Ghana was automatic. So coming into Canada, you know, I had a lot of exposure in Ghana through my radio experience and stuff, so I was really fully aware who I was, and I wanted to bring that influence here and make that impact, you know, because my dad always said to me, you are light, and wherever you are, you must shine. So I'm coming to Canada now, the same way I was shining in Ghana, I had to make sure that was happening here. So hitting the ground, my goal was to connect with people. The MC that's doing the event now, I met him the second day I came to Canada. That's almost 20 years of friendship. And we started advocating for the continent in Ghana from day one. So everybody that knows me has always known it's been the same voice and story. Africa is the place to be. How do we get people to go back home and do more stuff? We've been faced with so many opportunities and challenges. You know, the challenges pretty much was there was not much people that were having the same mindset. And we wanted to have a young voice, you know, the youth getting a voice being heard, because the generation that was here before us, older than us, they've done what they could do. But anytime I had the opportunity to serve my community, I took it up. And I'm very proud to say I work very closely with the Ghana consulate here in Toronto and in the High Commission. So anytime there's an event or anything that's happening that is there to promote Ghana, I literally, you know, go in and see how best I can serve. So I'm actually serving my country here in Canada, and everybody is actually making steps. I want to go back home and get to the source and see what's happening. So we'll get into details on that, and hopefully we can get the youth to be empowered and know that they are the future. So my job and my goal through the music, the musicians, and then the platforms that I have is to give these future leaders the opportunity, you know, to get ready to take over, because we're next, right? So we have to learn everything we can, both positive, negatives, and be able to make that impact.
Well said. Now, I want to get into the culture aspect of things. Even, Mame, you know, your beautiful outfit that you have on today that's shining bright, and it's like, our culture is so rich, and sometimes we forget, and that's because we haven't done enough research, we haven't asked the right questions. Like, I remember coming back from Ghana my first time, I went to my mom and dad and said, all right, I need to know everything right now. Like, tell me about your story. How did you even get here? Like, break it down for me, because clearly we come from something that's more powerful than I even thought. Sometimes being born here, we were spoiled. You know, everything is just handed to you, is given to you. You go to school, your dad and mom will just drop you, pick you up. Everything seems lovely. The church aspect as well, which I think that all of us as Ghanaians is one of our key points, that we keep God first in everything we do. And it's so important. I want to ask, what does the culture mean to you, and how have you been able to dissect the two to be able to get in your calling to do what you do?
Well, that's a great question. I would say the Ghanaian culture to me means something very unique. One thing that stands out to me, besides obviously our print, is our language. Now, when I came to Canada, one thing I realized was that as Ghanaians, we've done ourselves a lot of disharm, especially in Ghana. The fact that when our kids would speak Cree, we tell them, no, it's vernacular, speak English. And now we have even kids growing up here, unfortunately, who are Ghanaian and still cannot speak the language. And one of the key things that binds people together besides food is language. I don't mean to make comparisons, but you see the Chinese, the Indians, you will see an Indian child as young as 2 years old speaking Punjabi, and you will be shocked. But the moment some kids do it in Ghana, they're spoken of against. So I would say that, you know, empowering that language and instilling that in our children. is very important, and that's one thing that has made the Ghanaian culture very unique to me, and I strongly believe that we can even implement that here. I know there are a lot of organizations that are doing after-school Tree language programs and so on, and that's amazing to help to sustain our culture and to sustain the language as well.
Well, Ghanaian culture to me means a rich culture, a culture that I'm actually proud of. Growing up here, my parents actually were quite harsh on me. I had to speak Tree like at home all the time. So when I relocated to Ghana, it was quite easy for me to really actually just integrate with everything that's happening. So even speaking Tree in Ghana, like negotiating with with contractors when I was renovating my place, doing a whole bunch of stuff. If I didn't know how to speak Tree, it would have really been damaging for me. So the culture is really rich, and especially when you're here and your parents teach you things, when you go back home, it's really, really easy to really find your feet. It's really easy to know where you need to head to, who you need to ask, because not everybody wants to speak English with you when you go back home. Right? So it's really, it's like people they say when you go to Rome, do what Rome people do. So you have to go to, Ghana and speak Tree. And literally that's what I was doing. So my culture is quite rich. It has, what I've been taught has actually helped me when I moved to Ghana. And, I came back about 3 months ago and I want to go back so badly because I'm like, this place is not it for me anymore. But I'm quite proud of where I'm from and what my parents have taught me overall over the years.
I agree with all the panelists have said so far. I think being a Ghanaian and, like you mentioned, the culture, right? Knowing your culture and knowing where you're from, having that strong sense of identity is pretty much how you step into the world and take hold of the opportunities that are before you, And so in my experience, like I mentioned, having grown up in Ghana, I am Ghanaian. I was Ghanaian when I moved here. And so at that stage, my emphasis was pretty much to highlight my good qualities as a Ghanaian that make me fit into this global village and not be ashamed of it. And I think one key thing for me stood out at that time was that Kofi Annan was then the UN General Secretary. And I noticed that after having lived in this part of the world for so long, he never changed his accent. And that for me was a very key pointer, that be true to who you are. Don't let the North American culture change you. And so that aspect of the culture I appreciate. Really quickly on the flip side, I think sometimes coming from a Ghanaian culture, we are trained to be timid, we're trained to be differential, we're trained to keep your head down, work hard, which is good to some extent. But having lived in North America for a while, you realize that there's a need to be bold, there's a need sometimes to be brash, there's a need sometimes to stand up for yourself in board meetings or meetings with people. Actually take the challenge to them and say, hey, no, this figure you mentioned, it's not what you mentioned at the beginning of the project, or how you're affecting the project is not what we agreed on. I don't agree with this change. Those kinds of things where in our culture would be viewed as you're a troublesome person, you're a cantankerous person. But here it's actually how you get ahead, right? Be promoting yourself. Oh, you're too known. No, sometimes you have to be too known because it's those who make the most noise who are recognized. So that aspect of the culture, then I realized that I need to step up, right? I need to be less differential. It's still there, you call your boss Mr. This. He's like, no, call me Herb, call me Charles, kind of thing, right? But these are some of the things that we navigate. But like I said, there's both the positive and the negative aspects, yeah.
Well said. So believing in one's culture was one of the few things that I will say I exported out of Ghana here, because you meet people. I remember people will talk about, on the side, they pull you aside, my parents are from Ghana. I'm like, yeah, so why are you not upfront and bold about it, right? And I would say to people, you cannot be ashamed, because I remember there were some people that are from Ghana, but they'll say they're from Jamaica. Jamaica also has their roots from Ghana, Nigeria, and whatnot, but over the years, we made it easier. Part of my job, we call ourselves ambassadors of Ghana and in Africa. Part of our job was to make things easier and also to bridge the gap. And I found a niche that was music. We've been responsible for the career of Sarkodie back in 2009, 2010 through Akon and Babs. That was another platform that was used to help people go forward and go for what they can go for. Yeah? And one of the good things about that experience or that background was that we're able to use that and people look up to us now. And we literally are living examples and living the Ghanaian lifestyle here. You can see what I'm wearing now. It's the Jinyame symbol, but I have pretty much changed it to make it cooler here in the sense that a lot of people love skateboarding, so we put a Jinyame symbol on a skateboard. So as a storyteller, it's a conversation starter as well. You see what I'm wearing, oh, that's African? I say, yeah, and then I start telling them about it. And my boy, Richmond, I'm also the executive director for a nonprofit called Aim to Impact. So we go to the different schools, we run Black History Month programs. We've even been to the jails to bring music to the jails and then use that to teach their culture about, Africa and Ghana, and had assemblies and pretty much been everywhere in every community. So the culture thing is for us, and why we say AIM, the name that came up was helping people identify who they are, because what's happening globally right now is identity crisis. People don't know who they are. If you know who you are, you're going to walk differently, you're going to speak differently, and you're actually going to live with a purpose. But because a lot of people don't do that, we find ourselves being ambassadors doing that job. So when we say AIM, Africa and me, it's like, oh, okay. That's that. Regardless, you don't have to be. I also told somebody the other day, I only knew I was black until I came to Canada, because when I was Ghana, I was referred to as an African, So that identity is what I'm trying to empower and instill in people, and it's doing amazing. So the music part, I know the Ghanaian government is, doing its best to help the youth, but the music part is one of the biggest export products that we should put more emphasis on, because that's a conversation starter. And if we can use that music, bring people in, right, we can actually get more information out.
Well said, well said. I also want to make sure that, you brought up your relationship with MC Afro, and I haven't really done this publicly, but he gave me my first opportunity 10 years ago to host the New Year's in Style. That was my first time that I grabbed the mic. He gave me $50, and I want to thank you, because at that time, that $50 is why I'm able to do what I do around the world. And it was about that opportunity. I didn't even know I was going to get paid. I just wanted to get on the mic, do it. And when he gave me the money, I was like, I can get paid for this? And it was like, I just went tunnel vision and straight forward. So let's give him a round of applause, because as we're speaking about here, it's all about opportunities. And that's why I think we're all in this room. We all can present an opportunity to help one another to be able to grow. And you never know what that opportunity, even that nice gesture when somebody opens the door and shaking their hand and making sure, the way we were brought up of being polite. And that's one thing I love. Like when I'm dealing with people all around the world, sometimes I tell myself, thank God that my parents grew me up the way they did, because this world is very hard to deal with people. And if you were to deal with people how they deal with you, it would be a problem. But we're taught otherwise. So to that, a round of applause to our culture and what they've been able to instill in us and do around the world. Now, I bring this to say, with opportunity, as the voice of the culture, as that's what they've titled me, and that's my name as I go around the world. I've been able to work with a lot of, like we said, the mayor, Barack Obama, the biggest artist in the world, Drake, where I've hosted the OVO basketball tournament year after year. And the one thing that when I started was, I just wanted people to know that I was African. So that's what made me become popular in Canada. It was like anywhere I go, I would talk about being African. I'm Ghanaian, where nobody was doing it, where we would only play like 2 songs everywhere in the world. And as you can see, 10 years later, all that you hear is Afrobeats. During the Carnival experience, which is more of a soca dynamic, where it is, the biggest song was from an African, which has never happened before. I've been doing this for 10 years. So you can see the growth, and that, like I said earlier, the time is now. And how has it been with you dealing with opportunities back home, also being here, to be able to lead the forefront? Because especially during this pandemic, it hasn't been easy. We've seen businesses thrive. We've seen people, you talked about mental health. I also started a podcast called Motivation Mondays, where we talk about making the uncool cool and realizing it's you versus you. And I started that because during the pandemic, I realized everybody was getting caught up with the news. Everybody was getting caught up with social media. What could we bring to our audience and to the youth to keep them on a positive, stable level to know that during these times, it's okay. The whole world is being affected by this. How are we going to encourage the people to stay motivated? How are we going to keep people disciplined during these hard times? And we're able to thrive. That's where the mayor was able to come on the platform, and we have a great relationship with City Hall to be able to do the great work that we're doing. Now, I want to ask you, what motivates you to be able to do what you do with all the challenges that you may face that nobody knows? And I ask this question because somebody may be sitting in the crowd and something could be bothering them, but it's like we're all going through certain things that could deter us from our future, from being who we are and being successful. But how do you deal with it on a daily basis to thrive in your business? And then we'll get into the specifics of exactly what you do. So from the nonprofit side, you doing your organization. Please, she did a wonderful presentation. Let's give her a round of applause as well too. Because I love what one of our presenters said earlier, where it's like, women empowerment is so powerful. Like, we don't understand. Like, my whole team, the 3 bases that sit on my team are females. I wouldn't be able to do none of the things or half of the things. They help us run the world. So let's give them a round of applause. And I want to hear you speak to that, because you guys have been able to do great things around the world, both internationally and here at home.
Thank you very much. So yes, my organization, like I mentioned, the Power of Love Foundation Canada, is mainly dedicated to Black women, strictly Black women and girls. And many people ask me anytime I go somewhere, especially in boardrooms where people of different races are, they're like, so why Black women? Why not white people? And I said, well, why not Black women? Because when you look in our society, there are so many institutions, there's so many workshops, there's so many programs that are for people outside the Black culture except for us. If we don't stand up for ourselves, nobody's going to do it. So that was one of the things that really motivated me. And growing up, being someone that came from Ghana, and I know that Ghana, there were a lot of role models, but here, although we do have some, we don't see a lot, especially where I live in Brampton. There are not a lot of Black, institutions, Black programs, and so on. So what I decided to do was take that on to support these young Black women within the community. And I saw that gap where it's like, and that's something I experienced myself. When I was in university, who do I ask questions? Because my parents are immigrants. They're going to work in the factory. They don't know much about the educational system. But who can I go to for them to feed me knowledge on what program I should take in university? What course should I select? What should I take as a career? What should I pursue? So when I realized that gap, I decided to found this organization that will help, where we can bring in mentors. So right now, we are coming up with our program called Living Your Best Life, where we're going to pair these young women and girls with people who are already in their industry and someone that is a Black woman. So let's say, for example, if there's a woman that says she wants to be a doctor, we will find a Black doctor, pair her with her, and also to serve, do shadowing, provide more information. I wish I had that. I wouldn't have failed undergrad for 2 years and gone through all that circle. So I think that's what really motivates me, seeing the issues that are prevalent within our community and realizing that I can be the change that I want to see.
Thank you.
Well, for me, a lot of people that do know me know that women advancement has always been something that I'm always after. I was running a nonprofit organization in Canada for about 10 years. Most of the programs that we did in Canada was for girls' empowerment. Even being in tech, when I started in tech, there was not a lot of Black women in tech. So essentially using that nonprofit organization to really motivate girls to go into tech, as well as just mentoring them as well. I was invited to speak at TEDx Accra in 2016, and I mentioned this regarding mentorship. And mentorship has always been part of me, and so I always try to find ways to also give back. My current project right now in Ghana, 90% of our employees are women, so we make sure that we empower women through employment. Speaking of that, I understand that 80% of women that are affected through climate change also contribute to climate change as well. So not only are we even using our bags to empower people to actually use eco-friendly products in Ghana and also for packaging, we actually use the unused material for eco-friendly pads for women, and essentially helping them to give back to the environment at the same time also giving them jobs as well. And if people also know, I also have an organization or a company called FemBnB. That is through my own personal experience that I had when I was sexually assaulted when I went to Rome 2017. I started a tech company really using AI to help women find spaces, safe spaces around the world. So everything that I do is really about women empowerment and really ensuring that women are advancing in any way, shape, or form. And so that's what really motivates me, knowing that I'm able to give back. And I feel like the more you give, the more you receive. And many people have spoken my names in rooms that I'm not in because of the work that I do. So, yeah.
I think it's interesting you ask what keeps you motivated. I think sometimes just being from Africa or an African keeps you motivated, right? You know, there's so much to break through or there's so much to achieve, so you have to keep going. I think more importantly is the fact that for most of us, we had mentors growing up, you know, and then now you look at yourself and you realize that, oh, I'm also in the state to be a mentor. It's like, where did time go, right? And so I think that's part of what keeps us motivated in the sense that, especially when you live here in North America, like you mentioned, for us as immigrants or Africans, sometimes you might be the first African, or you might be the port of entry to someone. You know, you might be the first African they meet, the first example of something to someone here. And so that in itself keeps you motivated, right? You don't want to disappoint the culture, you don't want to disappoint your parents, you don't want to disappoint your family. So essentially that's part of what keeps you motivated. I think also the fact that if you've been, to whom much is given, much is expected, right? So we have a lot of blessings. We also look for ways to pass on those blessings, right? So for example, I came to North America by taking the SATs, right? And going to college. So I look for kids who are also taking the SATs and encourage them. You can do it. You know how to structure your essays to get noticed by these colleges, to get grants to come to school. Whereas, you know, sometimes coming from Ghana, financial aid is an issue. But to take advantage, like you said, there's money in the system. So how can a poor kid from Ghana come to some of these high institutions, you know? So I was very, I was very excited when Francisca Lamini, I think she's the girl from the Brilliant Science and Maths quiz, who's on a full ride to Harvard. That's uplifting, you know, things like that, that there's the young ones behind us who are being positive examples can also move the African agenda forward, things like that, right? And also, again, to keep your family and things proud. Maybe you can take it over.
So with the motivation, you know, I always make references. There's not one day in my 20 years in Canada that I've never spoken about Ghana. People that know me can actually bear witness to, you know, confirm what I'm saying. Leaving Ghana, the radio station experience, Vibe FM, you know, back then it was at Trust Towers, was one of the most eye-opening opportunities for me because they actually started the first coming to Ghana in December. You know, before now it's the biggest thing now. Globally, everybody wants to go to Ghana in December, and then we hopefully beyond the return. You know, Ivy is coming from the office there. We want to make it beyond the return, do more things in Ghana. You know, and there was a word from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's speech, 6th of March, 1957, where he said, "There's a new African in the world." So on every Instagram post that we have for my clothing brand, Clothing by AIM, we say the new Africa. That's what we are. That's what we represent. Because people's perception of Africa is, you know, flies on kids' faces and, you know, sad-looking people and whatnot. So our job, 24/7, that's my motivation. And that's what's helping us, you know, to make that impact is to actually retell the African story, retell the Ghanaian story, let them know Ghana is where you need to be. If you haven't been, you should. And I can't even express how grateful I am with the foundation that I had because I was also part of the first Pan-African Youth Summit that happened in Accra in 2019, actually. No, sorry, 2009, my bad, you know. And that conference opened my eyes to the opportunities that the continent has to offer. So if we do find ourselves in spaces wherever we are in the world, we should not sit back and not take advantage of those opportunities there. And with other musicians that I've worked with globally, you know, the biggest one, Akon for sure, has opened us up for me. Most of the Ghanaian musicians that are doing well right now, those are people we give opportunities to. And I'm proud to say we came out with the very first, Ghana inspired that, we came out with the very first music blog in 2006 called Ghana Mixtapes. That was an actual tool to help push Ghana music globally. And that blog had helped a lot of people to actually get exposure. Packaging, branding, we've always been about that. Even back then, artists would just have a picture of themselves and then the song title, but we had to lift it up, you know, get them to do single covers, you know, how to represent themselves fully, because that's what you are doing. So those were some of my motivations. And to the point where we've had opportunities to work with some of the top African artists who are now taking over the world. We called it the African invasion, which literally is what's happening right now. And everybody now, like MC Ibon, Ben MC Ibon will tell you, there's no event that goes on without you hearing music from Africa or Afrobeats. There's more to do. So the music is that tool that's going to help draw more people in. And that's what motivates me. And I'm glad to be able to mentor young people coming after us, because for me, it's all about legacy. How can we be great ancestors? You know, we came, we saw this, how do we take it to the level? And big shouts to Mr. Dodu from the Ghanaian Canadian Association that's also helping empower these young Ghanaians in the country. I mean, that here in Canada, bridging the gap. So there's a lot to do. Everybody has a role to play. And opportunities like these from the GIPC, road shows, the consulates, you know, I mean, for me, the consulate is giving me the biggest opportunity. Without a Ghana consulate, I wouldn't even be sitting here, because they literally saw what I could do. And it's even not about money. A lot of you guys will know what, I don't come in for the money. It's not about that, because I believe in once you make the impact, the money is going to follow. You know, serving the continent or serving your country was that thing that was instilled in me. And I hope we can continue that and make that happen. The youth is the future. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to have a voice, because we are the voice that's going to help channel or push the vision that you guys are leading now. You know, we're the foot soldiers for you guys. So we're here, utilize that. We have the strength. We can, it's almost 72 hours. I haven't slept yet, but the strength is there. So utilize that, and hopefully we can make bigger changes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, I know we got to get into our Q&A part, and I know MC Afro, and I believe we'll have one more helper that will help. Is it just one?
No.
Okay,
we
will
do the Q&As. So due to time, we are going to just... Women inclusive, yes.
And before Ivy gets on and go, I just want to, as a Canadian that was born here, I know sometimes, like, when I look back, sometimes, and I talk to some of my peers, we've been a little harsh on our parents and a little harsh on the stuff they do, because we expect so much. We see this, we hear about these things. And as I was sitting here and listening to everybody speak, it went back to my brain where it's like, our parents did the best that they could. And we literally owe you guys the world. Those back home, those that are here, because as you look at it, we're all here today because people are doing great work back home, and there's also people that are doing great work here, and people that are seeking information. So I say this to say that I want us to keep a core relationship with our youth, whether it's with our children, our cousins, our nephews. If you look around the room right now and you're to see the ratio between youth and to our aunties, uncles, the great people that are doing great work, you can see where you can see how many youth are in here right now, and we need more. And as I was listening to them speak, I already knew that we have a lot on our plate. But listening to them speak, I'm like, oh my goodness. It's reminded me when I first got on the plane 2017, I took, I think it was Ethiopian Airlines, and I was seeing so many Asians, so many Indians, and I was confused. I was like, why are there so many people on this plane? Like what's going on? And listening to everything, I now understand that we've been blessed to be here to have the opportunity to learn, the resources. What are we doing with it? We got to bring it back home. We got to do what I feel like our parents were able to come here to let us gain the knowledge and take what we learned here and bring it back home. It only makes sense. It's really simple math. 1 + 1 is 2. It's very simple. But that starts with the dialects that we have with our children, and also to our youth, to forgive our parents. They did the best that they could. Working the 2 jobs, like I got to go to my mom and remind her. Like I talk to my mom every day on WhatsApp, not because I want to, I just know it's gonna make her happy. So I do it to make her know that I appreciate all the work that you're doing. It wasn't easy growing up. We all came from certain neighborhoods too where we caused trouble, got in trouble a lot, but by the grace of God, we've been able to overcome those. And here we are sitting here today, speaking in front of some great, people to be able to do the great work. So I just want to leave that message out there as we wrap up and get ready for the Q&A.
I think Ivy has a question now.
Hello.
Is the mic on?
My mic is on. Is it? Hello? No. Testing. No, it's not. My name is Ivy Prosper, and I have a question for all of you, but before I go into my question, I'll be quick. My name is Ivy Prosper. I'm the social media manager for Ghana's Year of Return and Beyond the Return campaigns under Ghana Tourism Authority. So my work has been responsible for influencing a lot of people to make the trip to Ghana. I moved to Ghana in 2016. I also lived in Ghana 2011 to 2013, despite living in Canada since the age of 2. I lived here for like 98% of my life, but made the decision to move back. Most of you on the panel still live in Canada. Still live in Canada. He said I'm 11 years old. Most of you still live in Canada, and I'm glad you said what you said because it leads into my question, which is if any of you would ever consider doing what I did and pack your bags and move to Ghana.
Well,
shameless plug. Sorry, Jules. I gotta plug my book. I have a book, Your Essential Guide on Moving to Ghana. It's available on Amazon.
Great question as well, too.
To answer your question, I'm literally in Ghana 3-4 times in a year. I've been championing the cause of Ghana, helping people settle in Ghana, and I call myself an unofficial ambassador of Ghana here in the city. So my job is, not to stay here forever, but at least get opportunities, get things put together so we can bring more people down to the continent. So yes, we're not going to be here forever. Ghana's home.
And for me, I relocated last year. So I'm in Ghana. I just came back for the summer. I'm leaving next month. So.
Just to answer, I don't know, was that for all of us or just? Oh, okay. Just to add to that, I mean, I think, first of all, time flies, right? So by the time you come here, next thing you know, a number of years have passed. To answer your question specifically, that's the goal. For me, specifically or personally, I work in the rail industry. So I'm assistant project manager doing construction projects across North America. For me, I find this as a time to gain valuable skills and experience, right? To be able to, I guess, eventually harness those skills back home. And so with the current responsibilities, you just can't up and leave. I think for me as a professional, my key thing to tying back home is to going home as often as I can. Either to visit family or to take part in events going back home. So I was recently back home in January for 6 weeks and I came back. So for us, it's just the frequency which you go home to keep the links. Because otherwise you become, disassociated. But just keeping that link to the continent and the motherland alive, at least it keeps you in contact with your old school network, right? High school through university and things like that. But eventually that's the goal, yes, to answer your question.
The pressure.
It's getting worse. So I would say for me, shamefully, I've not been to Ghana as much as I should. I've been to Ghana only once since I came to Canada. That was 15 years ago. Nonetheless, Ghana is definitely home for me. Although I know that I do not have the opportunity to go back as often, I try to stay as connected as possible with everything that's going on in Ghana, whether it's liaising with people there, seeing how best I can support, even with my organization, having workshops based in Ghana. Recently, we had a grad hub workshop to help people in Ghana migrate to Canada to come and pursue their graduate program. So although I don't go as much, I am still very much involved, but Ghana is home.
And to answer that question as well, too, yes, that's the goal. I feel like I remember my boy who's a real estate developer. I know he's here. David Antu, you could just wave over here. Who's also born in Canada, doing great works in different cities. We talk about this because we understand that, like I was talking about earlier, there's jobs for us to do back home. And I know the sun. I love everything about Ghana. And I would wish and love to be here in Canada 6 months and go there for 6 months. But like you were saying, Timothy, there's work and stuff we got to make sure we get grounded here so that we can be able to be there and, you know, not be financially dependent on certain things and have to come back. But that's a great question and a great way to start, because now we have to hold up to what we've just said. So I know you won't forget and we won't forget. So great question, Ivy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take 2 more questions. And I know some people were here yesterday that they want to ask some questions to the ministers. So we'll open the floor for about 3 more questions to the ministers after that. And then we will get into the other parts because we're running behind schedule. So we have one gentleman here who has a question for the panelists. Panelists, please keep it short.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for speaking and sharing your experience. I just want to say that, you know, Ghana has marketed itself, and maybe I think Ivy might be able to even share some thoughts on this. But Ghana has marketed itself as being a home, so almost a global hub for Pan-Africanism. Ghana has now become a place where anybody of African descent looks to as a potential place of access, opportunity, reconnecting with the continent, and it's also somewhere where it's safe. Obviously, being English speaking helps as well. To what extent is that being genuinely put into any sort of thinking from a public policy standpoint, from an engagement standpoint, so that it doesn't come off as tacky or come off in a way that's not genuine? You know, one concern as diasporans that we have is that, you know, having, for example, the year of return, these things are great, but how do you make it a more genuine thing? So you're connecting with global diasporic Black communities here who see Ghana and see the opportunities there and understand it to be truly the global hub of Pan-Africanism that it markets itself to be.
Please, with the timeline, we would only ask one panelist to answer this question, if it's okay. Thank you.
I'll take that question. You know, for me, it's not just about the parties alone. You know, I know the year of return, people want to go back home and party, but I know for sure infrastructure is in place where the government is making sure people are doing a lot more work, you know, in terms of making sure education, technology, culture, fashion, all of those things are being put together so people can go in and connect with that, right? So they always encourage people to even go beyond Accra into the hinterlands to go and get more things going. So if you're going to go down for year of return or beyond the return, December, look for opportunities not just in December alone, right? And there's so much, the consulate's office is also a big resource you guys can tap into to get more information as to what you can do in the continent, and you guys can actually bring what you have to make sure you're getting the most out of it, not just the tourist part of it. I know people want to go there and go live. These are resources that you have here in Canada before you go. So connect with them. They will put you in touch with the right people. So when you go there, your experience is whole, and you can come back and then make that educative decision as to when you're going to go back and do more business. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. While you grab the mic, just a quick addition. You know, there's this thing called the 6 degrees of separation, right? And Ghana is pretty small. So, for example, if you visited one time, if you come back, there's always, for example, those of us in the diaspora who know people back home, so after your initial trip, there's always ways we can connect you back home for either things to get involved or places to stay. Like, we know the environment. Sometimes we help connect people, some of us in the diaspora, with things back home. There's that connection as well to make that, like you said, experience genuine or real, not just the first time you went to Ghana and came back and then there's no follow-up.
All right, thank you very much. And anybody who wants more on this question, please see Ivy. Ivy, please wave for them. They can see you. I understand. We'll make sure you're on the panel. Please, next question.
All right. Hello. Yeah, you can hear me. All right. So my name is Felix Apia. I greet all the excellencies in the place and everyone that made it a point to come. We're glad to have you in Toronto, Canada. I have 2 things. The first one is to just shed light on the fact that everything that is being said on the platform today is very positive. a lot of the people that we've met is positive. My problem is making the actual contact to make it happen. Because usually we go to summits. Oh, come home. When you come home, this and this is there. You go home and it's a different ball game altogether. So what is being put in place to make sure that we're not going back to the old Africa where we talk and don't put the talk into actions? What is being put in place that these links that we're talking about? Today, should I call Madam Ivy, who I can call? Is she going to be able to direct me? If I call Mami Fua, will she be able to direct me? Will she be willing to do that? Those are the first one. And then my question actually is for the entertainment industry, because that's what I represent. You know, I'm an artist first and foremost. So what is in this, in terms of investing and stuff, what is being invested in the Canadian entertainment industry to also get us there? Because one funny thing that we're not taking notice of is that we hear them talk about Afrobeat and they associate it with Nigeria. It's good, it's Africa, but when you dig the root, it's us. So what kind of investments what kind of investments will be there for some of us who are artists and who are trying to get into the entertainment industry, cross-linking and all of that? What is there for us? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Very much. To answer your question, sorry, because I'm very familiar with some of the things. Okay, so I'll leave it for the tourism minister to answer that. He's asking when people leave here and go back home, they're told to come back home, and when they get there trying to make contact, there's nobody to get in touch with, right? So he wanted to know what has been done to change that situation. And then also, he's a musician. What has been done to help promote the musicians, or make sure the culture is extended? The diaspora musician, yeah. Go ahead.
Hi. Interesting question. Because when you say when you go home, there's nobody to get in contact with, I'm trying to conceptualize that. What does it mean, really? I'm sure you have friends, you have family. They're all people you get in contact with. But if you mean professionally, there are so many agencies that are into the business. And not to berate your question or underscore your question, sometimes you get the feeling that when you're Ghanaian, you always think that somebody else should do the job for you when you can do it yourself. I mean, I keep telling investors who come to Ghana, who say that, oh, but it depends on who you know and who you don't know. It doesn't depend on any of those people. The most dynamic investments I've seen, they didn't have to see any minister. Sometimes they don't even see me. They get going with their business, they have to go. Sorry, I just took a bite of some very delicious fish. They just go ahead with their business. Don't have that mindset that you need to see somebody to make things work for you. I mean, we have an example of a diaspora business person who came to Accra, and if I had to give you a little bit of history, he and I used to hustle. I remember we used to real hustle when we left university. There were days that we didn't even know what we were going to eat. Because, we had used all our money to go and misbehave. And so, and so we wake up in the morning. But he came to Ghana and said, I'm going to do my business. He started in something very unique that was not there. He built it up all by himself. And he's a pretty successful guy. So don't ever believe that rhetoric that you need to see something for things to work for you. You need your brains, you need your plan, and you need your energy and your focus. It will happen. But just in case you come and you feel that, well, somebody can help me negotiate the way. If it's an investment you're making, come speak to us at the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. We'll facilitate it for you. I mean, I work with people in the creative arts industry, and Akwesi, where is he? Of GTA, I think he's hungry, so he's getting closer to lunch. But he's with the Ghana Tourist Authority. He also works significantly with a lot of people in the creative arts industry. And of course, you have Jules sitting right here. He will connect you. He's connected many people, and they've worked out well. So don't believe the hype. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it, and you get it done right. You don't have to see anybody.
Thank you very much.
Just to add a bit to what Yofi said, I mean, for the year of return, the feedback we got from most people who came was that they wanted more. And that's why we created Beyond the Return. And as a tourism authority, we have the work that we do, marketing and promotion, regulating the market. But we've created a specific secretariat where Ivy, who is here, works. Annabelle Mackenzie, who is also a returnee from the US. Actually, she was American, but now she's Ghanaian. She heads that unit. And what they do is to work with institutions like the Office of Diaspora Affairs. Nadia is here. Nadia waves so that they see you. Foreign Affairs, to really try and answer all the basic questions that you have. When it comes to things like the creative arts, this government has created a creative arts agency. And that is structure, because you need a structure to make things work. And so that creative arts agency now can hold your hands and then point you to the right direction of things that you want to do. Significantly, I hear people say, oh, not just for tourism, not for the fun. But fun is business, you know. I always hear that, oh, we don't go just for the parties. But you know the value chain of having a party. The food, the drinks, the clothes, the airlines that are making revenue, the hotels. And so, yes, we are going to go and have a party in December. I hope all of you are coming. We hope to see you in December in GH. But as you're coming, you know that you're coming to spend, put money in the economy, and the small businesses, the farmers who are making farming, the caterers, the banku sellers, the wache sellers, everybody gets a bit of the pie. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been asked to say something as a returnee, so let me. Most of you don't know, some of us are returnees. My name is Robert Ahom Collins. You've heard from Alex. I'm on the board of GIPC. I was a Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry until last year. Just a quick one. 33 years in the UK. I went to the UK when I was 7 years old. No network in Ghana. I went back. I resigned as a VP for Coca-Cola Africa and Middle East. Went back to Ghana. I was head of GIPC under President Kufuor. I became the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry with no network. So nothing is beyond you. Come back.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. MC Ebone.
So that is all our questions for now, but we're all going to be here, so feel free to ask questions. And, you know, just like that question was answered, make sure your network is your network. So it's very simple. You got to introduce yourself, ask questions. I know when I asked, they gave me their number right away with no hesitation. So let's step out of our comfort zone and ask that question. Be bold. You might, that's why I love questions. You'll get the answers by asking questions. So I encourage that to everybody. Make sure you introduce yourself to about 5 people you don't know, and you never know where that'll take you. And that wraps up our Diaspora Experience panelists. So let's give them a round of applause.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for you to ask. We have 3 people that we're going to select. This lady is first, and then we'll pick 2 more people to ask questions directed to the politicians. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. So my question to the politicians, because I see that there's a lot of people who are not ministers, who are not from African descent, who are moving back to Africa, whereas the people who are African descent are moving out of it. So how do we promote it where the people who are from Africa actually stays in Africa and produce and contribute to the economy rather than them leaving and we have outsiders that are coming and contributing to our country?
Well, the good news is there are a lot of Ghanaians in the diaspora also coming back home. A whole lot of them, and they are setting up their own businesses and running them. And I'm sure you saw some of the videos that we screened. They're all from the diaspora. So it's not that there's a reversal of the flow. There was some time back. There was a reverse brain drain where a lot of Ghanaians left because they felt that it wasn't great. But you've just had 2 very amazing examples. I am an eternal optimist. I look for the good story and I follow it. I don't buy the negative narrative because you've heard them all talk about how they came in here and the negative narratives hit them. But they put it behind and step forward. You know? I know that if you go to Ghana today and you said, oh, the Canadian visa is free, the American visa is free, you'd have a whole lot of people rush to go and get it. But I can assure you, they will come back sooner than they left. Because Ghana is a great place to be, I can assure you. It's in the center of the world. We have a 360 view of the world. Imagine that with all the chaos going on around the world, Ghana's economy is still growing. There are great things still happening in Ghana. And there are people in the diaspora, and the diaspora is wide. It's not just people of Ghanaian, upbringing or birth. It's people of African upbringing. Anybody who has African blood in them, qualifies for the diaspora. And many of them are coming back. I think about 100 and maybe I could know the 100 and something plus African Americans and Caribbeans have Ghanaian citizenship. His own head of the Beyond the Return Office is an African American who was naturalized as a Ghanaian. These are the symbols that you should see, that should tell you that there's something happening back home that you can be part of. And so don't always think that, oh yeah, of course, people come here and the comforts of life can easily confuse them. But the opportunities of life are back where you came from, trust me.
I'll only say a very small thing. Moving back to Ghana or anywhere else in Africa is a mindset. It's a mindset. If you think you will not succeed when you go, you will not. If you make up your mind you're going and you're staying, you will go and you will see. I went in 1993 and I have no regrets.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next question.
And sorry, by the way, she was Ghana's ambassador for a couple of years in a number of countries. And a board member of GIPC, currently.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Faith, and I work with TD Bank. I was invited by Nadia Musa, and very happy to be here. I just want to say a very big thank you to the panelists. It's been quite an engaging conversation. So Ivy asked a very interesting question to the panelists in terms of when they will want to move back. And I think from my own personal opinion, and I also want to hear yours, sir, what you think about the role that the diaspora plays. I don't think everybody needs to move back. Because if you look at the Jewish community, they're as powerful as they are because a lot of them are in high positions and different strategic positions, all over the world. And I think being connected intentionally to the continent, being able to know what's going on, going back frequently, maybe even having an NGO or a foundation that's doing great work on the continent could be your own means of giving back to the continent. So I think there's an important role that the diaspora plays, especially with remittances. The amount of remittance that goes back to our countries in Africa is way more than the aid that we get from, Western government. So I wanted to get your take on my opinion, if it's correct.
Absolutely. The diaspora is a very powerful tool. And yesterday I did mention that it's a very powerful, and I called it a tool de force, that can transform the continent of Africa today. If you look at world history and the history of economics globally, no country has been able to develop on its own. But people have left countries, crossed boundaries, etc., and go and get knowledge and capital and stuff and bring it back and brought it back to their homes. If you look at the very good examples globally, China, India, what did they do? Send their people out there, go and bring the knowledge, come back and bring it home. And it has worked perfectly and powerfully for them. We need to take advantage of our own elsewhere and leverage that power that they have to develop back home. The truth of the matter is, Africa is probably the last significant investment opportunity in the world. As I did mention yesterday, it has over 40% remaining of the world's mineral resources, 60% of the world's remaining arable land for cultivation of anything, and it has the population growth. Africa is the only region that in the next maybe 20 years will have more cities with 1 million people than any other continent. So the story for the future is bright, and you are the future, the young people here. I mean, I'm so encouraged by what I've heard today. I mean, I always sometimes say, oh gosh, can I look at the future 5 years from today, 10 years from today and imagine it? Today I can imagine it because of what I've heard. They are much more aggressive than we were. They are much more knowledgeable than we are. And they are much more connected than we ever were. And so I believe that that's the future of Africa. That's the continent that we should all embrace. And Ghana has put itself as a spearhead of African economic and financial emancipation. Just like we did a couple of years back, 60-something years back, when we spearheaded African diplomatic and political emancipation. So that's the answer for you. You are the future. Take that gauntlet and run with it.
All right, thank you very much. Next question, please.
Hello. I would like to direct my question to the Honorable Minister of Communications. So I keep hearing we should come back. I've tried my best to, even in my appearance all over Canada and North America, and anywhere I will travel to, I make sure people will know I'm a true Ghanaian with no limitations. But I've tried my best to bring investors to the country. I opened a car rental company where we were doing well until COVID in Ghana. And then whilst I was there, I was learning some other businesses that I could invest in. So I decided to open, I decided to open a real estate development company. And then when it was done, there was some mistakes made on the registration. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah will bear witness. I called him one time and I told him my frustrations. I had to go to Ghana twice to get that resolved, and I just came back 3 weeks ago. The issue I found out was the first company, there was a mistake in the system that was IT issue, and nobody, including all the lawyers in the Registrar General Department, could fix that for me. I had to take a bold step to go to Mrs. Owari's office about 3 weeks ago, and I told her, if this is not fixed, I am not leaving the office. I needed that document for important meetings, and I said, I need it, and I need it now. The reason why I'm going this way, because she picked up a phone to call 3 officers. Each and every one of them was not in the office. One said, I'm in a funeral. The other one said, I'm somewhere. And even I had a second company that was registered, and someone had taken the document and put it under her desk. And my question is, we know people will make mistakes. We know people will be human, will do things when there are not proper structures. What is your office doing in terms of, if you come to Canada and you go to some organizations, they have what we call chronos. If you go to work, you have to scan your finger. In some cases, you have to actually scan your eye. What is the government doing for public servants to make sure they stay at work, and if they do not show up to work, there is an amount deducted from their pay at the end of the month? Because if we can't enforce it physically, we can do it electronically. And you being the digital minister, what are you doing to help? Because trust me, I am tired of Ghanaian work ethics. And as an investor, going through, I just came back from Ghana, Italy, Turkey, and Portugal. The culture is not much different in terms of work ethics in these three countries. But one thing I noticed is Ghana is still falling behind. So please, can you tell me what your department has put in place to enforce good work ethics at work? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. And, I'll give you a quick answer. I mean, the government of the day, of course, led by the able minister, is doing the e-governance project, where they're removing as much human intervention, I spoke about that yesterday, in the processing or the engagement of government and the citizenry using digitalization. So, for example, I spoke about the biometric registration of people so you can find them. I spoke about the digital addressing of places so you know where they are. And there are a lot more, e-law, e-registration. I mean, even the Registrar General's place today, you can actually sit in the comfort of your home here in Canada and register a company because you not have any human intervention. Yeah, and people have done it. It is ready. I've had people who have used it and people who have done it and have told me, oh, wow, this is great. Yeah, in Ghana. I have people who have gone to get their driver's license, and I know a couple of years back, for 5 years, I didn't have a driver's license because every time I went, oh, it's not ready, it's not ready, it's not ready. Today, what was it? I think just before COVID, I decided I'll go and renew it once more times. It took me 27 minutes. So things are changing, things are improving. And people are working at it. I mean, that is why some of us do the things we do, because we have hope, we have belief, and we believe in ourselves that if you are given the responsibility, you do it. And I know that the minister is doing a lot more than that. So maybe I'll also give her the microphone now that she's had lunch.
And has a bit more energy? Yes, thank you. Yeah, you're right, the lights. It is possible today. There's the e-registrar system, which is currently live, to sit in the comfort of your homes, register your company, get your company registration certificate online, print it off. Through that same process, you are linked to the GRA to get your TIN number. The information is sent electronically to the location of your business address so that the assembly there can also send you notification to pay your business operating license electronically, all without moving. We understood the frustrations that the human element introduced into all these processes. We have gone through several phases of public sector reform, spent a whole lot of money, it hadn't worked. Through technology, we are reducing as much as possible the human interface so to make it easy for citizens to engage with public sector officials. That system is live today. My husband moved back to Ghana during COVID. He was also a diaspora, and he lived in the UK for over 30 years. And he met me, so he came back to Ghana. I pulled him back, yes. He registered his company, and he was surprised. He didn't have to go to GRA to go and register with them. They sent him notification that you have just registered this company, get your TIN number. He got it. His business is located in East Legon. The Adenta Municipal Assembly sent him a notification that his business is located at this address. So he has to pay his business operating permit, and via a certain mobile money number, he did so. The notification and the receipt was sent to him electronically. GRA officials followed up to his shop to ensure that he had all his tax issues in line. SNIT officials also followed to his shop to ensure that
his workers also had to pay their SNIT contributions. All done seamlessly on one platform, because all these agencies are linked and it is possible to do it seamlessly. Payment is through the Ghana.gov platform that we spoke about. And one of the agencies, one of the companies, where is he? They're outside. IT Consortium is one of the 3 Ghanaian firms which built that platform. So it is possible to apply for businesses in Ghana, register your businesses, apply for services from public sector organizations seamlessly. You did indicate that there was a problem, an IT problem with your application, and that's why you went through the frustrations that you did. It's unfortunate, but stuff happens, even here. Despite the advances that they've had and the light years that they had, in advances that they've made ahead of us, glitches do occur here, and you would have to work through sorting them out. So unfortunate as it seems, yours is the exception that proves the rule. And I can assure you that the system works, and if there are challenges, kindly notify me, and I may take it upon myself to ensure that it is fixed, because we're very, very, very determined to make sure that we make life as easy and as painless as possible for all of us. But perfection, there's nothing like perfection in human endeavor, so there will be challenges now and again, but really, we've interrogated the system, we have followed up, done mystery shopping and all of that to work it through to know that it does work. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question on that side.
I don't think the mic's on. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, can you, I think people are hungry, so they'll be looking at you with shifty eyes.
Talking about the volumes of remittances that Ghanaians in the diaspora do send back home, and it is even at times much more than what we get in aid.
Yes.
Let's look at a way of providing a vehicle to create bonds. We can call it a diaspora bond, yes, that the ordinary Ghanaian can tap into and contribute $200 to $1,000 to $2,000. Currently, if government float bonds, the investment banks have their target investors that they go to, who fall outside of our usual normal income. Let's create some bond. I know Israel have done something similar.
Yes, yes.
Let's create a template that will target ordinary Ghanaians for local project specific, say Kumasi, who, wherever. Name the project, create a vehicle for local participation for those in the diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you are a prophet. Maybe you're a prophet because it's already in the works anyway.
All right, Afro, I think that wraps up our questions and everybody that's here. And no, I know. I just want to let everybody know, as we see, it's time for everybody to eat. So we want to make sure.
We have one last question after him. One more, and then we have a video. The program's not over yet. I mean, people can still go up and down to get something to eat, but we're not trying to encourage for people to leave because there's more of the program and it's very important. Gentlemen, stand up, please. We have one question here.
Yeah, I think you have a picture of the panel. That would be great. So we can close because it's quite late, and I know many people will be waiting to, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant. We sincerely apologize for us running over time, but as you can see, this program has become something very important that a lot of people have a lot of questions, a lot of inquiries. You can definitely see these amazing ministers who took time to be here with us on the side note and have conversations. But ladies and gentlemen, before we leave, there is the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario is working on a big project to support Ghanaian Canadians here by establishing a Ghanaian Canadian Heritage Center. So ladies and gentlemen, I need you to pay attention to the video that's about to be played for the vision for the Ghanaian Canadian community. Tech team.
Akwaba, welcome to the Ghanaian Canadian Resource and Heritage Center. It's a place to cherish and share our Ghanaian culture and build our community around programs. Here, you will find vibrant colors, joyful smiles, and healthy interactions cross-generationally between the youth and seniors. It's a place to share an Anansi story, find your next job, launch a startup, build mentorship, or simply network with community members. The Ghanaian Canadian Resource and Heritage Center is to provide a comfortable space for all in the community to innovate, network, and find comfort. As such, the center will be environmentally friendly and consist of a variety of flexible areas. On the ground floor of the hub, you will first be greeted in our reception and waiting area. There will be office spaces for our volunteers and executives. Experience the conference room and career hub. A playground and childcare center for your children. Grab a seat in the open concept cafeteria and enjoy some Ghanaian cuisine. Come celebrate with us in the grand ceremonial hall to be used for various events. A gym and recreational area to promote physical health and well-being. Now let's go upstairs where you can relax in our first floor reception and waiting area. Grab a book and expand your knowledge of Ghanaian heritage in the library, or take advantage of free Wi-Fi and technology in the ICT Technology Center. Explore the treasures of Ghanaian art and history in the Cultural and Historical Museum. Next, let's proceed to the second floor where you can rest in our reception and waiting area. Need a place to work, build your business, or study? Take advantage of our shared office spaces. Host large meetings, presentations, or conferences in the event hall. There's more. Let's go upstairs to experience a key and unique component of the community center, the community residential apartments. They consist of 2- and 3-bedroom apartments for rent, with private access for residents. The time is now. The time is now. With your help and donations, we can bring this vision to reality. This is the call to action to make this dreams a reality, and we are reaching out to all Canadians of Ghanaian descent and friends of the Ghanaian Canadian community at large to be part of this historic and generational project. Please come on board, contribute generously, buy a naming right to any of the areas of the center to make this happen. And remember, the time is now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the president of the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, Mr. Emmanuel Dodu. Please, can we get some silence in the room? Give him a round of applause, please.
Okay, so I want to thank you so much for the platform. Just a minute to let you know what we are trying to do in Toronto. I know we heard about, connecting our country here in Canada and Ghana. And today we heard the young people talking about what they are doing. And I think for us to be able to connect, our country here in Canada and also our country in Ghana, we also have to create the capabilities and the platform to be able to expand the knowledge, the skill set, before we can even help. Or maybe we can do them in concert. And part of it is just having the Heritage Center. And we've already developed this plan, and we are very excited about it. And if you've heard it for the first time, I want you to know that join that movement so that we can all do this together to create, our generation of leaders. In fact, they were talking about future leaders. They are not future leaders. They are leaders now. And what that means is that we need to create a unifying environment. That's what we call the Ghanaian Canadian Heritage and Resource Center over here, to be able to effectively connect us with Ghana. And we have some of our leaders here. In fact, this video and all the technology work was done by the young man, Gabriel Date Ghana Lens, and he's been doing a great work. And we do have all the leaders here. These are all young people trying to help our community. So if you are here, whether you're from Ghana or you live here, please, let's create this Heritage Center over here to be able to help our country, Ghana. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now for us to support the Ghanaian Canadian community. The video you watched was very important, but we come to the end of the occasion, and I'd like to call on the CEO of the GIPC, Mr. Yofi Grant, to close this occasion. Please give him a big, big round of applause. Please, I need you all to stand up. Please, please, you need to clap for this man. Without him, this occasion wouldn't have come together. His vision is inspiring, and we're going to make sure the whole globe is supporting Ghana. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. I can't, by any stretch of my imagination, take the credit for that. I think I have a very young and agile team that have put that together. So Marina and where is Marina? Please come over so they see you. Because I will give the credit to these two people for putting this together and making it happen. Please come upstage so they see you. And I will give them all the glory. They sometimes do the work and I take the credit, but today the credit is all yours, and I think you should take the credit. They've worked tirelessly to get this done. Just the two of them have organized this. We would also like to thank Jules and the rest of the team. We would like to thank all the members of the press, Black Power, and from the Caribbeans and all that, who have made this successful. This is not the only diaspora event we've done. A couple of months back, they also organized a diaspora event in the U.S. where we went to 6 cities. And sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's difficult, but they have the energy for it. And I only come and grace the occasion. So thank you very much, Marina. Thank you very much for putting this together. And if there's anything you want, please. Oh, wait. If there's anything you want, please get their numbers. They will be willing to connect with you. But I also want to thank all the ministers who made it here. At GIPC, we don't move alone. We move with the relevant agencies. We move with our board members. We move with other authorities. And so thank you very much, Esla, Minister for Communication and Digitalization. Thank you very much, Awal, Minister for Tourism and Creative Arts. Thank you very much, Kojo Opoy Nkrumah. He has had to go to a meeting elsewhere. Thank you very much, Kwesi Ajiman of the Ghana Tourist Authority. But of course, we couldn't have done it also without the Ghana mission. So, Resoa, my brother, thank you very much for putting it all together. And of course, my very good friend and chairman of GIPC, and a successful businessman, Alex. Thank you very much. But my board members, who came all the way, we can't have done it without you as well. So thank you very much. And we hope you continue to go with us. Sometimes it's difficult. Even I get tired. But we hope that you can follow us. But before we go here, I think we should all give ourselves a mighty good cheer and clap, because it's been one of the most successful of the diaspora events we've had. And I'm very encouraged that there are a lot of young people here who give us a lot of hope and know that things are going to happen in our country because you are here. We also thank our Canadian hosts for hosting you and giving you a home to live in, but also enabling us to do that, and even the hotel management. We thank them very much for the catering. The food was great, and I'm sure some of you still go back and help us finish it. But please, don't let this be the last engagement. We expect you to engage. We expect you to go to our social media sites. There are quite a number of them. There's Twitter, there's LinkedIn, there's Facebook, there's Instagram. I would urge you to post your impressions of this on it, because we can only do it better once we get feedback from you. Tell us what you liked about it. Tell us what we can do better. And tell us how eager you are to come back home, and let's build a wonderful and amazing country and continent. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Can we have all the ministers and the GIPC team and the board members to please come up for a group picture? The High Commissioner, His Excellency.
My parents had retired, and so I was always coming back.